Yo, WTF, Andrew Tate just named the Jews. Named the Jew. What is the named the Jew? All of them? How many Jews are there? There's like tens of millions. He named all of them? I'm so tired. I woke up so early. Got woken up by a beam of light. That feel when a photon created by nuclear fission in the heart of the sun travels for what is it, 8 minutes? Just to hit my pupil directly. Fusion? Fusion, not fission. Yeah, fusion. Um, oh man. What is this? Piers Morgan is going to question this comment. He's a Jew. Ah, woo. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. Wow. Quick, Vosh, name one Jew. I was gonna say Hitler, but there actually are conspiracy theories that Nazis put out where they say that Hitler was a Jew who like gave Nazism a bad name. That's like that's actually one of the Nazi conspiracy theories. Um, got to be careful with that one. Fuck, I left my fucking slippers in the other room again. That whole thread is cancer. Yeah, I mean this makes sense, right? Andrew Tate is taking the exact same road that so many others in his position have, which is you initially have like mainstream right wing appeal, but then as your controversies mount and more like normal conservatives catch on to how fucking crazy you are, you appeal more and more to the ultra far right. Like Alex Jones did the exact same thing. Jordan Peterson has done the exact same thing. Dave Rubin did the exact same thing. Like they all go down this road where they start out being the like mainstream conservative figure that have to consolidate into further and further groups of insanity. Nick Fuentes did the same thing. You know, you might not remember, but for a time, Nick Fuentes was not as openly Nazi as he is now. Steven Crowder did the same thing. So now Andrew Tate is doing the like fake Muslim arc, you know? So now he's going to be like all Nazi-esque, right? Because he's not actually a Muslim. So it's just like a way of doing the like neo-Islamist anti-Semitism. My slippers. All right. No more of a chair stream. I'm gonna play Dark Souls 1 again. Should I play Remastered or Prepare to Die? Play Remastered. Remastered's good, you know? It's like the same game, you know? Did you see Anna Kasparian having a meltdown about you on Monday? No, though plenty of people sought to inform me about it. I don't know why it's surprising. Like, it's not the first time she's done that. Who's the person who... Who was the person who linked the fucking Andrew Tate thing? Was it... No. Wasn't it Canaanite? Hmm. Artemy. Okay, Artemy. He's being very distracting right now. Artemy. He went to the vet the other day, and they discovered that scientifically speaking, he's a good boy. Can I help you? You know what's insane? Despite being completely healthy in every way, 23 pounds. we're gonna have to lock this motherfucker in a cage and give him one little thing of kibble a day. He's fucking huge. I get exercise every time I lift him up. He doesn't even look that fat when he walks around. He doesn't have that like big fat like belly from the top that you see, you know? He's just dense. He's just a dense fucking cat. He's strong too. A lot of it's muscle. He's a lead cat. Let him take one Adderall, yeah. How did he become fat? I don't know. He eats the same as the other cats. Cats are strong. I mean, they can be, you know. Animals are always stronger than you think because they act with that, like, desperate animal strength that humans don't, you know? Yeah, we hold back, they don't. That's why humans can develop retard strength, you know? If you don't hold back, can give you that extra edge in combat. That's why the strongest Roman emperors would cultivate legions of retards for their conquests. Just sort of, you know, drop babies over and over again. You know, the martial legions would like search the conquered lands, finding the babies that were the most dropped, and it would recruit them. You know, is that what you're trying to do with this channel? Kind of, yeah.
And that's why I brought on today somebody who I think has some thoughtful perspectives on the future direction of our country, of our conservative movement, and on this question of nationalism and national identity. Somebody I've been fascinated by for a long time and have interacted with on social media, but for the first time we're having a at least live form conversation in the offline sense of it. It's Ann Coulter. So Ann, thanks for coming on, and I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Me too. Thanks for having me. That was a fantastic opening monologue.
Okay, quick question, by the way. How does Ann Coulter still have any public, like, who cares about Ann Coulter? Like, she's been known as a ghoulish ice queen, hyper racist for decades. I mean, her existence precedes the modern social media driven internet. Like, I don't know who this is, TBA. Well, because she's not really like considered in modern politics. Just Bill Maher. Yeah, but Bill Maher has a show. What is Ann Coulter doing? You know?
I too am a fan of
She's like the arch conservative white woman.
yours. I'm going to make a point of disagreeing with you so that it will be fun.
Yeah.
You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black.
She's great, you know? She's great. She's great.
Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian.
She's great, man. She's great. We need to return, honestly. Get rid of the dog whistling. You know, we need to get right back to it. Go back to this era. God, she's funny. She always has been funny. That's something that I can give her that I can't give most conservative pundits. For one, I don't necessarily think she's a grifter. She's just evil. For two, she's pretty funny. She's pretty smart. You know, she's laid down a couple bangers in her time. And she's also completely mask off, right? Like, she doesn't do any of this modern stupid horse shit of like euphemizing the racism, you know, like, yeah, at least there's some honesty there, right? Yeah, we stand a white woman who's just literally evil, you know?
We'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that. Wait, she's not shit posting? No, she's just like that. This is just what she's like, you know? Ann Coulter has a strange belief that America is a biracial country for only white people and black people. Well, because she has the brain of like a 19th century antebellum plantation wife transplanted into like a modern trophy wife's body, you know? Like she has a mind from the 19th century and the body of like an aging white woman who lives in Miami whose husband has two mistresses, you know? It's like the perfect union she's not even married. Yeah, but she still affects that energy. Could you imagine being married to her? It's a common trait, actually, of a lot of the like arch conservative pundit women is that they don't get married because they actually really like all of the autonomy and power that they get from their public, from being a public figure, and they don't want that taken away by like an inferior man because like any man they marry is invariably going to be less powerful than them, and they don't like that. So, you know. Or they don't want to make the mistake Lauren Southern made. Yeah, though she's a rarity in that case, I feel. Yeah, I don't believe in Catalonia. Mike Illman, 99. You know, people treated Catalonia like it was a legitimate independence movement, and then I look into it, and it turns out that it's a bunch of like conservative landowners in Barcelona who hate the fact that their tax dollars go towards poorer parts of Spain, you know? And it's like, I don't know, you know? I don't know if I believe in Catalonian independence. I feel like maybe you should just be part of Spain. Like I don't believe in fucking Texan independence, you know? Just don't go to Barcelona and say that out loud. I'll keep quiet while I'm there, okay? Benjamin, why do you link the Twitter of the Hill article saying first human brain implant malfunction, Neuralink says? Like, the tweet that you linked only contained a link to the article. Like, why not just link the article? Why the purely Twitter format of engagement? You know? The first Neuralink implant in a human malfunctioned after several threads recording neural activity retracted from the brain. Huh. You don't say. This reduced the number of effective electrodes and the ability of Arbo, a quadriplegic, to control a computer cursor with his brain. Okay. All right. It seems like a pretty minor malfunction, all things told. The implant was placed just more than 100 days ago. In the blog post, the company touted Arbo's ability to play online computer games, browse the internet, live stream, and use other applications, all by controlling a cursor with his mind. Am I taking crazy pills? Like, is this not technology that has been around for a while? Is it just that previously they did it with like a big helmet and now they're doing it with an implant? But like the technology of tracking neural, like neuron movement and using it to, yeah. Can't you do this non-invasively, lol? Yeah, so I can understand why like an implant version of this could be useful in some specific ways. I'm not saying there's no room for that technology, but the problem is the only people who are going to benefit from this are like completely paralyzed people. And that's not a bad thing. That's okay. I want people who are paralyzed to be able to do cool shit like that. But it also isn't really profitable because Elon Musk is touting this as like every human will be able to tweet while they're walking around, you know? View porn inside your brain while gooning, you know, like as a general access thing. He doesn't want to help paralyzed people. He wants to like do fake Silicon Valley grift technofuturism, you know, transhumanism, which that's not what this technology looks like it's, you know, working towards. Also, consider how many fucking problems there have been with everything Elon Musk gets his hands on. Twitter, Tesla. Do you really want there to be a bug in the software connected to your fucking brain? Come on. Good Lord. Jesus Christ. Again, if you're totally paralyzed and it's literally your only way of like making a computer mouse move, that's cool, I guess. Like, you know, in that case, you're kind of like weighing it against total inability. But yeah. No, Vosh, most people who are paralyzed use eye tracking that follows the pupils. I mean, day to day. Yes, day to day, I understand. But you can't really do that while you're out and about because you need sort of like an apparatus to do that. Yeah. Vosh sending me fashion tips directly into my head. Yeah, we need like a peer-to-peer kind of like SMS system with the Neuralink so that whenever I see somebody with an abysmal fit, I can like glare at them and project hateful thoughts directly into their mind, you know? Like I'm just telepathically communicating just insanely derogatory shit straight into their fucking neural cortex, you know? Well, he says lots of things, Benjamin. Catcalling would go crazy. Oh, God, yeah. You know, that's actually an angle that I haven't seen explored in like sci-fi or like superhero stories or whatever, because you often get the bit where it's like, oh, this guy can read minds, and it's like, whoa, that's cool, and then it's like, no, because he hears everyone's thoughts, and it's like overwhelming. But I've never seen that plot done with like, what if a girl could do that, and then the plot was like, wow, men, like, oh my god, like the shit people are thinking, because you could like, not just with women, right? What about like a black guy who gets that and just like is bombarded with like the racist shit that people think but don't say? You know, I don't know. I feel like you could get some sociology out of that premise, though people would say it's overbearing. You know, because they'd be like, wow, men aren't that bad. Wow, white people aren't that bad. And then like a bunch of black people would be like, and then a bunch of women would be like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, black people would also side with the bear, you know? Just like one white guy in the forest, one cisgender heterosexual white dude wandering around the forest, and then he encounters a bear with like 50 minorities hiding behind it, you know? There's like a woman and a trans person, a black guy, and a fucking Hispanic guy, and just like the one white guy is just like, hi, hello? What the fuck does that even mean, Nicola? What do you think the bear is thinking? Well, bears are friends to all humans, so the bear is fine with, you know, you chilling out with the bear. Bears are friend shaped. Okay, what is this? The bear is also racist. The bear is racist against fish, which is fine. On a Kasperian thing, Benjamin, you linked this, didn't you? This would be a you link, I feel.
I also want to just address one thing before we go to break. And I've been debating whether or not I address this. Sorry, I have an eyelash in my eye. It's driving me crazy. But I'm going to do it because it was something I was confronted with yesterday that was so deeply insulting, not just to me, but to my team.
I don't need it this
The
big.
people who work hard every single day to put this show together. So someone who's been a longtime viewer of the show, someone who I've communicated to directly, put something out online about how, oh, you know, it's real nice that Anna and Cenk are passionate in defending Palestinian lives and everything. But I mean, does it really matter when they have a Zionist working for them? Okay. Basically, this viewer says that the work that we do as individuals.
Wait, I'm probably going to end up agreeing with her on this. I'm hugely critical of like lefty online purity culture.
On the main show does not matter because we happen to have one contributor that they disagree with on the network. One. So rather than judging individuals on an individual basis, rather than hearing what individuals have to say about this very serious topic and judge those individuals individually, this person has decided to totally trash my team and the work that we do because, again, they don't like one person. And so this is the kind of toxic, pure.
This is, Benjamin, you know this is like worthless without any broader context, right? Is this really a meltdown? Didn't you frame this as a meltdown? Is this a meltdown? Benjamin, I should ban you for drama farming. Like, unironically. Oh my god. I wasn't the one who called it a meltdown. I put that in quotes for a reason. Well, who called it that? You're in a conservative cartoon? Yeah. How many years do I have to not have... Nice frame to enter on. How many years do I have to not have a man bun for the meme to die? I get it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get it, you know. I also understand what was the word we used the other... The totemic power of this of this appearance, you know, as it relates to me. Did you ever even have a man bun? I almost never wore it on stream. You know, I usually just had my hair in a ponytail, but yeah, I did. You look so hipster, I guess maybe too. Do I still look hipster? I have like a moderate conservative haircut. I have a side part. The only thing that's hipster about my appearance is the fact that I have octagonal glasses, I guess, but those are just kind of fashionable these days. I don't know. At the moment with this shirt, no? Okay, well, thanks. I like how he's got a little belly. What if this ends up being a banger, is the question. What if this ends up being like the best adult animated cartoon of 2024, and you guys aren't even ready for it? You don't even know. What if Adam Carolla is cooking something fierce? Look at the VAs. They actually got some famous people. I mean, that makes sense. The Daily Wire got like $100 million for their media project. Adam Carolla is kind of a given. They've got Danny Trejo, Warburton, Brett Cooper, Megyn Kelly, of course. Yeah, not like crazy names. But Danny Trejo does like a lot of shit, and Roseanne Barr. Yeah, I guess. Not like, yeah, I don't know. Danny Trejo, no. Danny Trejo does so many fucking projects. Patrick Warburton's a big VA. Yeah, but he also does a lot of stuff, you know. The real money sink isn't the big VAs. It's like getting actual celebrities, you know. Patrick Warburton is hey, Peter, that guy. Kronk, you know? But he does a lot of projects. Yeah. No, like, huge celebrity names. Looking forward to the JXC video. Me too. Yeah, me too.
Your damn mouth. You and the geriatric girl.
All right. Anyway, we're defeating woke or something. I don't know. Did you hear about Elon Musk talking to Nick Fuentes? I did. You know why you know why I know that? It's because you linked it like 8 seconds ago, Stubbs. I did hear about that. A man calling himself Andrew Dittman, who sounds exactly like Elon Musk and identifies as being on the spectrum, as Elon does, participates in Nick Fuentes's... Are you trying to rope me into, like, insane bullshit conspiracy shit again? I don't care. This is it? Elon Musk secretly encouraged... And you can tell because he says he's autistic. First of all, everybody who knows who Nick Fuentes is autistic. Second of all you have to do to sound like Elon Musk is have a slight lisp and sound socially awkward. Third of all, come on. You think if Elon Musk wanted to talk directly to Nick Fuentes, he wouldn't just, you know, do it? Can we hear it? No, I'm above this nonsense. And Benjamin, of course you would want that. Honestly. Stupid, like, we need substantial, like, engagement today. Here's Anna Kasparian being reasonable, like, reasonably frustrated. Here's like, oh, did you know Elon Musk, the guy who spends all of his time responding to Nazis on Twitter, went into a secret undercover account to respond to a Nazi at Twitter? Like, honestly, Christ. Elevate the discourse. My community contains so many people within it because, you know, like I get led around by the nose by my chat and I get watched by a bunch of people, but my chat is filled with literally the most autistic degenerates of the community. Like, the normal people aren't in the VGG chat. So I get like directed by the least representative group. Mistress Lynn, you're the most normal person here, okay? Does that include the mods? Unfortunately, being a mod in my chat does, by default, carry the autism brand, yeah. Did you see Macklemore's pro-Palestine song? Yeah, I saw that he included a shot of Starbucks when he was doing the line about companies that support genocide, so that's cool. That shit, this is going to end up being one of those, like, Mandela effect things, where 10 years from now, people are going to be like, did you know Starbucks never had, like, any ties to Israel? And people are going to be like, what? I must have come from an alternate timeline where they did, and that's gonna be how people rationalize the fucking mass hysteria that is seized the hearts of literally now like millions of people. Insane. Why did that even start? Because the Starbucks union put out a statement that was pro-Palestinian while using the Starbucks logo, and Starbucks like shot that down for inappropriate use of the company's branding, which is within their right. Like, you know, because it's not an official message by Starbucks, it's the Starbucks union, right? Like, so you're not making a statement on behalf of Starbucks there. And that was it. That was all Starbucks did. They don't operate in Israel, they don't give money to Israel, and people, that's all. Like, and now it's like, if you buy anything from Starbucks, you're funding genocide. I mean, who cares? Starbucks is trash. I like their lemon loaves. That's the one thing that I get from there sometimes. I wonder if this will resurface. I remember this. Ah, Macklemore. Okay, we'll start with the tweet first. Over the weekend, Macklemore gave a surprise performance at Seattle EMP Museum, during which he performed his hit song "Thrift Shop." He came out in a costume. After the controversy, he tweeted, "A fake witch's nose, wig, and beard equals random costume. Not my idea of a stereotype of anyone." Let me scroll up to the image. Oof. Oof. How? The crazy thing is, I believe him too, because it literally wouldn't make any sense for him to just randomly do a like anti-Semitic costume there. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, it wouldn't. It's totally like a non sequitur. Like, why there was nothing to it that, like, I don't know. Fucking yikes. Discourse. Come on, there's no way. No. I know it's insane, especially since Macklemore works in like the fucking like media, entertainment. You know, where you'd think if anything you'd be like more exposed to and aware of anti-Semitism and the tropes involved in it because of, you know, just like the broader like social connections there and Jewish presence in entertainment, like going back to the early 20th century and blah blah. But like, oh my God, you know. The real question is, how could anyone on the team not have mentioned that? Like, are you telling me Macklemore didn't know and everyone else didn't know? You know, like nobody checked that? Yeah, I don't know. It's too on the nose. I get it. Okay, but to be fair, the Harry Potter goblins got through a lot more scrutiny. True, but that's a lot worse than the Harry Potter goblins, you know? Okay, what if Macklemore didn't know, but the dozens of people who had to check before he went out on stage were all like virulent anti-Semites? So Macklemore is fine, okay? He's just clueless. He's just a fucking idiot, okay? But all the other people would have been like, looks good, sir. Looking good, sir. No problem there, sir. Looking good, sir, you know? Or what if they thought it would be funny? Yeah, but if they thought it'd be funny, wouldn't they like commit to it and say, like, yeah, we were doing a bit? I don't know how it's funny to do it that obviously, but then pretend you don't know. Again, it just doesn't make sense to me, you know? It's pretty wild. They're never going to learn that. They're never going to learn that. They're never going to find that out. They're never going to discover it. I think a lot of people don't understand anti-Semitism to be like a thing. So a lot of people in chat understand on some level, like, even if we're making jokes that involve race, people in chat for the most part know they can't start making like racist jokes as a bit, you know? They understand like, okay, jokes are being made about race, but there is a fine but nonetheless very important line between jokes about race and racist jokes, right? And they kind of get that, but a lot of people don't get that at all about anything anti-Semitic related. So they'll like Pepe post whenever Jews come up, not realizing that's not a joke about Judaism or like a joke about anti-Semitism. That's literally just the anti-Semitic joke. Like that's not like a clever commentary. There's no like meta-analysis. There's no extra layer. It's just completely indistinguishable from what neo-Nazis do whenever a Jew is mentioned, which is like, again, you know, I don't think people in chat understand how that comes across. I'm not doing what if alt history. He needs to invent a video that's less than 45 minutes, okay? Can you please listen to that video? It's extremely important to at least cover. No, it's not, Stubbs. Disco Elysium is 75% off on Steam. Tell everyone to go play it. Oh shit, now you can go play it with while giving less money to the shit-ass company that bought out the whole thing. What if Trudeau didn't know blackface was offensive, but all of his friends were racist? What if, man? What if, dog? What if Hitler didn't know? What if nobody educated Hitler on anti-Semitism? He didn't realize he was doing tropes. Okay, all the other members of the Nazi like upper echelon were like really anti-Semitic, you know. But Hitler had no idea. This is probably actually a Nazi conspiracy theory, by the way. I get, like, there are Nazis who unironically believe that Hitler was not anti-Semitic. The Holocaust was done without his knowledge, and he was just this like really nice guy that everyone bullied. That's not a joke. I'm genuinely not kidding. That is an actual, like, there are Nazis who believe that he was just like an uwu small bean, and everything that went wrong was like other people in the, like, Hitler wasn't an anti-Semite, right? But the other people in the Nazi cabinet who did all the bad stuff, they were, and they were Jewish, which is why they ruined everything. This, I've heard this online. I am not kidding. Fucking wild, man. I thought Nazis hated Jewish people. Why would they believe that? Good question. What you also have to remember is that Nazis are deeply mentally ill, and this informs their belief. You know, that's why Hitler killed himself, because in the bunker, someone told him that he was doing tropes that entire time. He was like, "Oh mein Gott, I was doing anti-Semitism," and then he shot himself out of shame. You know, that's why. That's how he. That's why they got it. Dude, you're being problematic. Bro, we thought you knew. Kyle Kittenhouse, not only did I do that, but there's a video of it. Fucking stupid. Biden says Trump will not accept 2024 results. Oh, cool. It's not a real video. It's just text crawling in front of pictures. Oh, there we go.
Said Supreme Court cases. They all said this is a totally legitimate election. This is Trump. I mean, it's saying whether he may not accept the outcome of the election. I promise you he won't.
Cool. Okay, great. Thank you. That was great. Oh, wow. And then down here, we have a link to the actual video that will contain more context. Thank you, News. Thank you, HuffPost. That's great.
So obviously, we're here in Wisconsin. It was a crucial state for you, one of the ones that put you over the top. It was the same for Trump when he won in 2016. And he was actually here last week on his day off from the Stormy Daniels trial. He told the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, Mr. President, quote, "If everything's honest, I'd gladly accept the results of the election." And then he continued, though, with this: "If it's not, you have to fight for the right of the country."
Okay, I'm really sorry. I have to be clear about this, okay? I'm really sorry to do this, but I need to say it because it's not fair to you and it's not fair to me, okay? Sometimes when we play videos that I know they're going to run for just a little while without me needing to comment on them, I check my emails to make sure that like everything's going on. The myth of the 600-plus assassination attempts on Castro, and what follows is a fucking doctoral thesis on the subject, which I think was typed out manually by somebody. You have to understand, I never care that much on these. If I read all of the essay posts that people send, I know that when people have specific knowledge on a subject that exceeds mine, which happens all the time because, you know, I have a large audience and people are exposed to what I say, like, you want to fill me in on all of it, you have to understand that I'm going to balance the knowledge that I gain from the one email that you send to me against all the other work that I have to do that day, which includes other emails of people essay posting to me. Please, God, I beg of you, like, just know you're getting skimmed and then a polite response. I can't do all of these. I literally can't do it. Like, man, I'll respond to this later.
How seriously do you take that threat?
Seriously, just like I did January 6th. The guy is not a Democrat with a small d. I mean, he is the idea. Look, you can't only love your country when you win. Number one. How many court cases do they have? Supreme Court cases. They all said this is a totally legitimate election. This is Trump. I mean, it's saying whether he may not accept the outcome of the election. I promise you he won't.
Promise that he won't.
He won't.
So,
And which is dangerous. Look, I travel around the world with other world leaders. You know what they all say? Not a joke. 80% of them, after we have a major meeting, they go, Got to win.
This is great, by the way. I love this. And he wants 4 more years, man. This is fucking great. This is fantastic. I love a head of state who can't communicate. It's fucking phenomenal. It's great. It's phenomenal. I love it.
My democracy to stay. Their democracy to stay. Because when you think of the things he's saying, if I'm reelected, if he's reelected the president, he's going to make sure his attorney general prosecutes those he tells him to prosecute. And if he doesn't, he's going to fire on the first. Not just for no. He said this about prosecution across the board. He's going to. I am your retribution. What president's ever said anything like this stuff? But he means it. Going to wipe out the changes we made in Medicare, changes we made in terms of drug prices, changes we made. You're going to wipe it all out.
Yeah, he is slowly inching closer to her.
10% tax, which is going to
He's going to eat her.
Everybody's cost, the average American costs $1,500 a year. I mean, listen to what he's saying.
So when you look at your campaign at this moment, you know, it's tight. It's tight. And Barack Obama, your predecessor, of course, he has said that this is an all hands on deck moment. That's how he described it. So he believes your rematch with Trump is going to be incredibly close. It certainly looks like it will be. What's his advice to you when you talk to him?
Keep doing what I'm doing, and to make sure that what his advice is, the same advice I sort of gave him when I was his vice president.
Why does the camera work remind me of a WWE skit? True, the way it swivels around to do the shot reverse shot.
Signs. We have over 1.5 million individual contributors in America. More than ever happened before. 97% less than $200. We've opened 100 headquarters across the country. He's opened none. We have 5,000 paid staff. We're doing the block and tackling. We're going out and making sure that we knock on doors.
You know what's even more effective than having a bunch of staffers and campaign workers and opening offices all across the country? You know what? You know what's a really cost-effective way to do that work without needing to spend all that money? Having a president who's capable of energizing the nation to get them all to care about you. You know what Trump does, basically. Like, rather than spending $fucktillion on opening offices everywhere, Donald Trump has the benefit of being able to loudly shout into a mic in a way that, like, energizes his constituency, you know? Though he hasn't been doing that much lately on account of him, you know, being ancient and beleaguered by court cases and so on. Do you think Obama would have been as ardently Zionist as Biden has been? Biden has been weirdly Zionist his entire life. Biden is literally older than the state of Israel, right? He has always been really, he's always been really committed in this.
Votes out the old-fashioned way. That's basically because it's awful hard. And we have raised more money than any president has at this point in the campaign. And so I think I'm feeling good about the trajectory of the campaign. And you know as well as I do, most people don't really focus and make up their mind till the fall. There's a lot going on. And we'll see what happens.
That's great. That's great, Biden. Thank you. Why is he whispering? Well, he's very old. The audio setup is dog shit. Yeah, and he's also very old. Both are factors. What nonsense is this? Crystal and Sauger debate lab-grown meat. The Fetterman thing. The Fetterman-DeSantis thing.
At the same time, the segment everybody's been waiting for. Lab-grown meat.
We really built this puppy up, didn't we?
Let's put it up there on the screen. Florida Ron DeSantis has banned lab-grown meat as other states weigh a ban.
Free
Quote,
market.
what's their beef with cultured meat? Good headline there from USA Today. Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law this bill which bans any, quote, cultivated meat because it is grown from animal stem cells. He says, take your fake lab-grown meat elsewhere. We're not doing that in the state of Florida. To be clear, the ban does not include things like Impossible meat, which is made from plant-based ingredients and is meant to protect cattle ranchers and the integrity of American agriculture. Now, critics have come after Governor DeSantis.
It sure is cool that even today we still have like Gilded Age era businessman corruption where monopolies in the public market will just shake hands with politicians and go, yeah, can you ban our competitors? Could you just, I just want you to shut this down. It's basically just a modern version of like the fossil fuel industry, like shutting down, investment in alternative energy or vehicular transport or anything like that. Just can we do a monopoly?
Saying that it goes against regulatory approvals that came in through the U.S. just a year ago. There's actually been a huge backlash, Crystal. You'll find funny to know amongst the technology community. There's a lot of venture capitalists who moved to Florida who are very pissed off. They are calling this anti-science and anti-tech. However, there have been
I think I saw like Bezos invested a bunch.
That's right. Bezos just invested a lot of money.
This is a point against me. I shouldn't have brought that up. But
Jeff Bezos invested about $60 million in a lab-grown meat company. He has picked up, though, some interesting fellow travelers in the movement. Let's put this up there on the screen. John Fetterman has supported Ron DeSantis' lab-grown meat ban, saying, quote, the fake meat is slop. And he says, it pains me deeply to agree with crash and burn Ron, but I co-sign this.
Wow.
As a member...
Picture of health, both Fetterman...
I think it's very telling, by the way, that that Fetterman, when insulting Ron DeSantis, went with crash and burn Ron, which is something that a Trump supporter would use to make fun of Ron DeSantis. Like, there are lots of negative things that you could say about Ron DeSantis, but crash and burn Ron is almost exclusively the MAGA Trump supporter, haha, you tried to challenge Trump and failed thing.
And DeSantis.
Well, okay. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It says, as a member of Senate Agricultural Democrats and as some dude who would never serve that slop to my kids, I stand with American ranchers and farmers. So this is picked, I guess it's an interesting discussion which we wanted to have here about lab-grown meat. So I will at least give my perspective and my advocacy for the bill. Now, I think it is a fair point just to preempt any criticism. Like, why wouldn't you say this about factory meat? I agree with you. I think factory meat is poison. I was telling you, U.S. meat is actually banned in 160 countries because of a lot of the additives that we put in there. Many of the ways that we have in our meat supply, Tyson's Foods and all of this is repulsive and disgusting. And if you have the ability, I would genuinely urge you to not eat it.
And yet there's no ban of those.
And to try and either buy local meat, which is pasture-raised, organic, grass-fed, etc., from people who actually both treat animals well, harvest them sustainably and responsibly. I understand it's more expensive. Not everybody can afford it. That's part of the curse, though, has been factory and vertically integrated meat production here in the United States. Now, the reason I'm against lab-grown meat and all of this is I believe very strongly in a principle called the Lindy principle. This was, by Nassim Taleb, and the idea is basically like the longer it's been around, the better it is. And there is just something deeply dystopian and terrible to me about the ideas of like the future technology companies like these tech guys, Jeff Bezos and others, not just owning land where food production actually happens, but synthesizing meat. And
this is a very logical art. I like how leading up into this, he was very reasonable. He was being very reasonable with like, oh, okay, so I think you should be like vertically integrated, local like pasture raised meat or whatever. And then then it transitions into I just think it's scary when a thing is new, I think that old things are good and new things are bad, leaving aside the fact that like the entire modern factory farming industry is like it's incredibly like contemporary, like this whole system didn't exist in the past.
And then possibly, who knows what you're even going to put into it? Just imagine.
How can you just say, you literally just said that American meat production is disgusting and we put a disgusting amount of like preservatives and other crap into it. And then you're like, okay, but that's not banned, but we should ban lab grown meat. something that would actually be far more pure on creation for obvious reasons. What do you mean? And that's no excuse for banning it. Why would you ban it just because of that? Doesn't make any sense. Like, you would just want to, like, regulate it the same way that we do other food production, so the FDA knows what's going into it, which should be pretty easy because it's literally all being done in a lab. Is this a culture war? This is a culture war thing. This is like the fascist rejection of modernity.
You know, our current vegetables already are not even real vegetables. They're like genetically modified, and they have all this crap.
Wait, they're still real. Wait, what? They're genetically... our vegetables have been selectively bred to be larger and better for human consumption, but that doesn't mean that they have weird crap in them or whatever. They're just better versions of previously existing fruits and vegetables. Like, lest I get out the old watermelon painting, where a painting from like 300 years ago showed a watermelon as this, just having little bits of edible bit with like the huge seeds, and nowadays it's literally just a giant orb of delectable fruit with a little with like a rind around it, you know? Like it's not bad. It's, you know, it's just okay.
In them to make them last longer in the freezer car on the way from Chicago or whatever to over here. And I just feel like the more that we do that, I understand it's better for feeding 8 billion people at scale. So I'm not going to criticize it, I guess, in that way.
But you are. Wait, I don't understand. What is this thing where you like bring up things that you have some irrational disgust towards, but then you're like, oh, but that doesn't matter. I don't understand.
But I don't think it is healthy, and moving more in that industrialized food.
How is that not healthy? People getting to eat is healthy. It's healthy to be able to eat. We need to be able to feed. You just said we can't feed 8 billion people without this, which is true. Then why, like, we need to do it.
Food way, and it's also stripping away, you know, the tradition and I think the benefactor of cattle ranching and trying to move to a pre-1960s food market, which I would like to see. I'm supportive of the measure.
Okay.
Anyway,
then why don't you want to ban factory farming? So yeah, again, we have like the inept appeal to traditionalism. 1960s style meat production would see the cost of meat soar astronomically. And by the way, meat used to be more disgusting than it is now. You know, the jungle, like modern day factory farming, as bad as it is subject to significantly more regulation than it used to be. People, like, sickness used to spread all the time through poorly treated or maintained or refrigerated meat or any other food product, you know? Yeah, it still does. Yeah, sure, but we're better about it now, for sure. Now we have, like, you know, we can track that and sort of like trace the salmonella back to like one bit of cabbage or whatever the fuck, you know? Logic does not matter. This is vibes-based politics. It is, yeah, it genuinely is, yeah.
All that outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
So first let's talk a little bit of background. The two things that are really driving this move to ban lab-grown meat, which, by the way, what this is that, I mean, not that I really understand the process, but they take some stem cells from an animal. The animal's not harmed, and then they're able to use amino acids to basically like grow actual meat out of these stem cells, which is extraordinary, right?
Yeah, you're basically just triggering like cell reproduction, like muscle cell reproduction. You know, the meat part of the meat, without an animal being attached to it. You know, which is pretty cool. You know, it also has the potential to be a much purer way of developing meat because you can control it in a much more deliberate and direct way than just sort of, you know, like you don't have to go through the whole factory farming rigmarole of having cows raised in a box slightly larger than the cow and they're like stewing in their own shit and they have to be pumped full of antibiotics because they're constantly like swimming around in their own feces and you don't want them to get sick, so you're just like injecting them with gallons of antibiotics. You know, you don't have to do any of that. It's just stem cells and amino acids. Yeah, and I'm leaving out the whole like torturing billions of animals thing, by the way. By the way, you know how people talk about how like we're going to develop a super disease because antibiotics remove like 99.9% of the bacteria, but then like the 0.1% that survives is going to be more resistant to it, and that over time you're kind of generating like a survival of the fittest system. For the majority of that process is happening in our factory farming. Like, those animals are getting injected with insane amounts of antibiotics. Humans aren't. For antibiotics as a human, you need to go to the doctor. You don't get them that often. It's pretty rare, actually, that a human takes them. But we eat meat from animals pumped full of antibiotics, which, for the most part, doesn't hurt us. But, there is a kind of crossover to an extent in terms of, like, the superbug and the antibiotic resistance. And there are papers on this, It's a whole thing. So it's better for humans too. Even leaving aside the whole animal torture thing, it's better for humans too. The jungle was more about the meat packing and processing side, not the ranching side of the operation. Yeah, but it does speak broadly on like the conditions present in the industry, and also having lab grown meat would massively change the processing and meatpacking side of things. You no longer have to deal with the slaughter dissection of an animal. You no longer have to like take a facility that is meant to house animals and then move the meat from that into a facility that is made to process and store like meat made for human consumption. Now it's all done in a laboratory, which is far more sterile. Yeah, the meat literally gets grown into like a big chunk that you cut steak from. It's pretty crazy, It already exists, by the way. None of this is hypothetical technology. It already exists. It's just a matter of refining it. I think it's quite nice.
Right? And has potential, you can imagine the potential massive benefits because the meat that we consume, as Sagar is accurately pointing out, is actually really terrible. And industrial factory farming is also really horrifying and is bad, obviously, for the animals, but it's also bad for people. You have this massive use of antibiotics, which has led to, antibiotic-resistant strains of infections, and that being a problem. You have even, like, right now there's a bird flu situation that comes directly out of the result of...
If you Google lab-grown meat, you get a bunch of, like, images that I don't think are actually of lab-grown meat. Like, you're basically like, oh, yeah, and it's just like a stock image that somebody made of lab-grown meat, but it's not actually lab-grown meat, There's a bunch of examples of it that you can see. I just, like, conceptually, you are literally, like, growing out a brick of meat that you are feeding nutrients and genetically programming to grow, if that makes sense. Like, that is what you are doing, Lab-grown meat already exists. It's not hypothetical technology.
The way that these factory farms operate and the close integration with humans and these factory farms, which are disgusting dystopian places. These animals are tortured from birth until the time that they are slaughtered. It's horrifying, horrifying situation. And that's before you even
lab-grown meat is a bit mushy because they lack the activity for strong, tasty muscle fibers and also the lack of bone. So right now it's good for burgers. That makes sense, yeah. Keep in mind, it's a very new technology. But yes, it makes sense that you wouldn't have the kind of... the like toughness of like a steak, because the muscle fibers are unused. They're not being used for anything. But I think this is stuff that could be like changed with time, The development of muscle fibers that happens when you use them is something that could be stimulated the same way that you could develop the growth of those muscle fibers to begin with. I love steak, but mine is almost never tough. Okay, by tough steak, I don't mean like bad tough. I mean like steak has like a nice like snap or bite to it, you know what I mean? Yeah, the texture, the structure of it. When you see those like fibers, when you cut into it and you have like all the layers of muscle, that kind of thing. Does anyone know where you could buy lab-grown meat? You can buy it commercially. It's just expensive and hard to get at the moment. It's a very, 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 very new technology. It's also important to note, Vosh, that the lab-grown meat is objectively more efficient than raising animals. No exhaling water, no shit or piss, no brain or bones to take care of, no immune system eating up calories, etc. Yeah, that's true. In terms of developing the meat, like I don't know what percentage of the nutrients you give to a cow go into making meat and muscle. Probably quite a bit, because cows are made for that and they inject them full of steroids and stuff. But it's definitely not 100%. Whereas when you're developing lab-grown meat, 100% of the nutrients that go into, well, okay, probably not literally 100%. You've got like evaporation and stuff, but you know what I mean? Like, that is the only thing those cells are doing, making more of themselves. That's it. That's all they're doing. And you don't need to store an animal. You don't need to deal with feces or torturing animals. You don't need to deal with anything. None of the logistics of managing animals. You know, it's literally just a clean lab-grown environment. I could imagine lab meat cultivation taking place in like layers and layers and layers of cultivation tanks, where you have like dudes with forklifts like removing big pallets that they're on and saying, and you guys like, damn, you know, we put in X amount of calories into this big tub, and now we have this amount of calories of meat ready for harvest, and nothing has to suffer, and it's all so much cleaner, and it's like a good, well-paying job. Yes, our current system for like factory farming is disgusting right now. Lily the Gaylord, PhD. The inefficiency of raising 1 kilo of beef is insane. Yeah. Feed required to produce 1 kilogram of meat or dairy product, and for beef it's 25 kilograms. 1.4% efficiency in terms of just raw weight of material into a cow. And this isn't even counting all of the extra inefficiencies that go into like taking care of an animal, you know, the steroids, the antibiotics, the housing space for it, just so much stuff. Vosh, lab-grown meat is not good. Well, it's a barely invested technology, you know? Lab meat, the $1 trillion ugly truth. Has $1 trillion been invested in it? Okay, sure. You know what? Sure. What I've learned. Does this channel have a bias? Let me see. Women don't want equal relationships. All right, I'm not going to lie. That's the last video that got released. And I'm not going to lie. My vibezometer, my vibe metric. Okay, well, let me just, okay, what do we got? Fake cows are expensive. Okay. Is lab meat better for the environment? Okay. Will it ever be cheap enough to buy? Okay. Could lab meat be worse for the environment? Okay. Why lab meat is a fight against biology? Okay. Is lab meat even meat? Yes. The industry's delusional optimism. You know what? Sure. Okay, sure. Let's just see a bit. Let's just get a feel for it.
Making chicken in there.
A lab-grown chicken nugget.
Chicken grown in a lab.
Why are people making it?
Climate change.
It's better for the environment.
The environment.
Lab meat is not going to save the planet or the animals. So then why has $3 billion been invested into lab meat startups? Well,
wait, $3 billion? I thought it was a $1 trillion ugly truth.
To understand the full picture, we'll first have to take a look at the science of why scaling lab meat is not practical at all. Second, we'll look at why no one will be able to afford it.
It's incredibly unsustainable, but we figured out a way to solve it, and we're going to have to do it if we want to continue living
better for the world.
Instead of a whole cow seemed to be way more efficient. But then I started looking into it. Doing just a steak instead of a whole cow seemed to be way more efficient.
But wasn't it 4% of the calories that go into a cow get turned into a kilogram of steak? I don't think these numbers are going to be representative here. Look, let's just get.
But then I started looking into it.
I just want one argument so I can get like an immediate vibe check.
And it made less and less sense. To take cells from a cow or chicken and grow them quickly, they need to be put in a very expensive custom-made bioreactor, filled with a specially formulated liquid made with purified water, growth factors, purified amino acids, glucose, and salts.
Okay.
A cow just needs rainwater and grass.
Yeah, dude. Modern factory farming just feeds a cow water and grass. That's so true. That's how that works. Okay, yeah, completely invalid video. That's literally the first argument that gets put forward. Actually, like, worthless video. No point in watching it. Literally, like, right off the bat. IQ test failed. We're out. Yep, that's so true. Mm-hmm.
Get into the climate impact. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, as I was beginning.
Yeah, that too, Gala. Like literally, like the idea, like the modern cow that you eat, like when you go to a restaurant, is being raised entirely on rainwater and grass, not, you know, being kept in a gigantic specialized facility that needs to like pump them full of steroids and antibiotics and give them feed and like gives them water troughs and everything and like take care of all the shit they pump out in a specialized slaughter, blah, 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 blah. And it's not even 40%, 60%. There's also a great deal of inefficiency, calories spent on brain activity, on like growth, on reproduction of blood cells. Like there's so much. Oh my, I also like the implication that like lab grown meat is unsustainable or too complicated because it needs something like a specialized growth chamber. Like, did you know you need specialized equipment in order to do this thing in a lab? Really? Is that true? Lab-grown meat reduces carbon footprint by 92%. Yeah, that guy's just a liar. I wouldn't trust anything that fucker says. Nonprofit think tank Good Food Institute has cited research published in the International Journal of Life Cycle Assessment, forecasting cultivated meat to eventually be nearly 3 times more efficient than conventional beef production, with the potential to reduce the carbon footprint by 92%, land use by 90%, and water use by 66%. Considering how much of America's land is entirely dedicated to growing food for meat production, you know, and the meat production itself, this would be huge. This would literally be opening up like billions of acres of real estate that could be settled and used for something useful other than just like contributing to the systemic torture of cows. Feed to useful calorie consumption of 1.9%. Holy fuck. Energy efficiency of meat and dairy production for beef 1.9%. So for every 1,000 calories you put into a cow, you get back 20 calories of beef. Whole milk is 24% calorie efficient, which makes a lot more, yeah, than eggs, poultry, pork, lamb, mutton, and beef way down here at the bottom, which makes sense because cows are so big that there's kind of like, I don't know, like the caloric equivalent of the square cubed law when it comes to like inefficiencies and calorie investment. Vosh, I really don't think lab meat work because it's inefficient and expensive to maintain growth media. Cobalt Bomb, I'm really sorry. I have a finite amount of time. You linked me one video, and it was from a guy whose last video was women don't want equality, and the first argument was like wrong on like 8 levels. It wasn't wrong in like one specific way we had to do research for. It was conceptually wrong. It was empirically wrong. It was loaded with bias that wasn't justified by the available evidence. That guy's opinions are worthless, and the fact that you took them and like believed them means that you should reassess your opinions on this. That's what I'm telling you to. I'm not saying you're a bad person or whatever, okay? Though you seem to have very strong arguments on this. You haven't chatted in here before, and like you are really like invested in this, okay? You have been fed slop yourself by propagandists. I am asking you to reconsider. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not saying like, oh, you're a stupid person, whatever. Everyone falls for shit, but there is like a strong right-wing bias against this stuff for a variety of complicated reasons, and you have fallen prey to it. That was the video you linked. It failed the vibe check. Look into it a bit more. Look into like scholarly research on the subject or some news articles that talk about it, you know? Like seriously, you know, I'm genuinely, I like that would be a good way to reassess that. Okay, let's watch this. It's expensive to maintain growth media in a laboratory setting. You can scale that for a factory production setting. This is how all production processes work. Yeah, of course. Think of it like building the first, I don't know, what's a good example? Building the first iPhone would have been like insanely expensive. The first few iPhones would have been insanely expensive. But building an iPhone now that all of the like, or yeah, insulin, let's use like pharmaceutical tech. Building like the first COVID vaccine, insanely expensive. But building the millionth, basically free. Once you have all the processes down, all of the equipment set up, all of the like all the efficiencies are like, you know, lined up and developed, you can start doing this stuff really, 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 really efficient. And then eventually you get closer and closer to reaching like the bottom line of efficiency, the point where the economy of scale can no longer like benefit you any further. And the nice thing about a laboratory is a laboratory and a factory are both really good environments for reaching that bottom line and making the margins as low as possible. You know what I mean? Like there are limits when it comes to traditional meat production, because a slaughterhouse is not a very like scalable environment. You're literally dealing with cows here, you know. You're not talking about like a vial of something or a tank of something or like a finely tuned machine that can operate at speeds faster than a human can. You're talking about a slaughterhouse, and they have made those pretty efficient, don't get me wrong, but there are upper limits to just dealing with large groups of animals, you know. Like there are upper limits to efficiency there. We're talking about like lab grown meat has the potential to be revolutionary in lowering the cost of meat in the long run for everyone. Like I have said before that I want factory farming annihilated, and that factory farming is a moral blight comparable in many ways to the worst atrocities man has committed against itself. The sheer, like, we're talking millions of animals dead like every like fucking hour, like minute. It's insane. Like you can look at the numbers. It's ridiculous how many billions a year. The amount that we kill, it's insane. You know, you don't want to see your dog get tortured, but like you're okay with that at a factory scale, like an industrial scale. So like we're not only talking about, you know, like getting rid of all that, which is good. We're also talking about we could make meat cheaper. We can make meat higher quality than it is currently because it's no longer being pumped full of the steroids and the antibiotics, and it can guys, it won't be able to have disease anymore. Meat will no longer be able to have disease. It was never part of an animal. It was never exposed to an environment. It can't have parasites. You know, most of the meat that you eat has parasites in it. Parasites are in everything to varying extents, and cows are full of them. Cows are chock full of them. Why wouldn't they be? Cows are huge, you know? You can pump cows full of antiparasitics as much as you want, but like eventually you're just poisoning the meat, you know? When you eat fish, when you eat beef, whatever else, like you are eating a mashed up, like you hope the parasites are dead, right? And usually they are. That's why we cook our food, you know, salmonella for chicken, parasites, whatever. Lab-grown meat, ethical, disease-free, without any kind of like chemical bath that you have to flush actual cows with. Parasite-free. There will literally be no room for parasites. How could they get in there? It is a laboratory. How would that even work, you know? It could make everything better. And you could feed so many more people, so much more meat, with so much less land use and resource use. It's genuinely utopian. It has the potential to be like a step forward in the production process that is incomparable to, like, it would be a step forward equivalent, I think, to like the modern conception of like what's it, Punnett squares, where we started like selecting for the better stalks of corn. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Oh yeah, by the way, if you're a big fan of raw meat, congratulations. Raw meat from a lab is fine. You're worried about sushi giving you food poisoning? Why? Why would you be? What in there could hurt you? Do you like steak tartare? Like with a little crispy chip, you know? Congratulations. You can just have that now. It is completely safe. There is no risk to you whatsoever. You want raw liver? Fucking go for it. You want raw chicken? I don't know why you want raw chicken, but I'm sure people will find a nice dish to make with it, okay? You can eat raw chicken. You can do that now. No, I know. I don't want it either. But some people do. The number of chickens slaughtered are like a Holocaust's worth every hour. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty, it's pretty wacky. 1 million cows slaughtered every day. 202 million chickens every day. 140,000 chickens are slaughtered every minute. They're literally like pushed through a feed tube and like ground into mulch, like always. Can they make different parts of animals like ribs or chicken legs? Yeah, it just depends on the stem cells that they source it from. You know, if you get the stem cells from like one part of the body and tell them to grow in a certain way, then they'll do that, you know, or other ones. Can we make human meat? Yes, we can make human meat, but I doubt the legislators would be down with that one. This is bacterial contamination of meat. A total of 40 samples from city slaughterhouses were used in this study. Most of the samples were contaminated with E. coli, 32.5% positive samples, and S. aureus, 20% of positive samples. Salmonella in 2.5% of meat samples. Antibiotic residue found in 15% of the samples. When was this from? 2019. So that's the meat you're getting today. This is from Indonesia. Oh, this is from Indonesia. Could we get a study on America? If you think America is free from this problem, then trust me, you're completely wrong. America, meat samples tested, disease. Let's see. Vets testing ground beef sold where dairy cows were stricken by bird flu. Oh yeah, don't get the fucking bird flu epidemic. Oh yeah, right. Literally right now, in late April, there was a big new bird flu scare coming from cows, which is confusing. Why is it called bird flu if it's not in chickens? Very confusing. I don't like that. Yeah, that just happened. Wouldn't have to worry about that from lab-grown meat, you know? I think this scare ended up being a nothing burger, thankfully. So that's nice. The H5N1 virus, yeah. To produce 1 pound of beef, you need 18,000 gallons of waste, equivalent to 7 years of drinking water for the average person. Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Oh, 1,800 gallons, not 18,000 gallons. You added an extra zero there. 8 by 10 inches, the amount of space in which battery-caged egg-laying hens spend their entire lives unable to spread their wings. 2 feet by 6 feet, average size of a gestation crate in which breeding pigs spend most of their adult lives. Yeah, I don't want to get into the whole factory farming thing. It's literally just like, here, 41% of U.S. land in the 48 contiguous states used for livestock pastures and range and animal feed production. Like, all of that land. Waiting for lab-grown meat is just techno-optimism. Oh, I'm not waiting for it. I think that factory farming should be banned, like fully. But I know that's not going to happen. But yeah, I do advocate for that fully. All right, we need to get on with this. We need to get on with this. Map of the land use. It's insane. Yeah. Vosh, I feel it's worth mentioning that the entire point of livestock throughout human history was to use them as an engine that turned food we couldn't eat, grass, into food we could eat, beef. But we haven't done that for decades. Now we feed them corn and shit, i.e. foods humans can already eat, because basically the entirety of the US has already been optimized into farmland instead of grazing land. Yeah, thermodynamically, it doesn't even make sense. What do we do about the chickens and the cows? They don't live in the wild. Look, okay, after we end all factory farming, we can still have designated cow zones, okay? And those will just be, you can find them along like rural roads, and they will be big fenced-in pastures where cows will just get to chill forever, okay? That's what they'll get to do. And same with chickens, okay? Like, they won't serve any purpose. They won't do anything. You can just go up to the fence and put your hand over it, and the cow will come over and you can pet the cow. And that'll be their job, you know? What about illegal poachers? We can do the Congo thing and make it so illegal poachers are kill on sight. Yeah, we need to recreate the auroch, okay? Cows were not meant to be eaten, all right? Cows were meant to be worshipped as bringers of life. I've played Pathologic. We need to return to the auroch. There we go. This is what they should look like. But steak tastes hella good, though. Well, yeah, that's the point of lab-grown meat. We're making the steak.
To say the reason this is happening now is not because Ron DeSantis is deeply concerned about the quality of the food that our children consume. It's because, number one, there's a lot of money in the factory farming industry that is concerned about this. And number two, Republicans have made it into this like culture war thing where it's like, and even DeSantis says in his bill, like the World Economic Forum elites want us to eat fake meat and bugs and who cares about climate change, et cetera. So it's this culture war issue that has the benefit of also overlapping with a lot of big money interests. Fetterman, I think, picking it up likely given the demonstrated level of corruption and how influenced he is by money that is given or withheld from his campaign. I think it's very reasonable to assume that may be a factor for him as well. But
Crystal's dude, every time we had our moment with her, but like, man, every single fucking time I see her open her mouth this past year, she is like killing it, you know?
Yeah, it's not like the rest of our food system is so pristine that it makes any sense to single out this one potential innovation. And then the other thing to say is this is a long way from coming to fruition.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Right. It's still very early in the development. So, you know, I think we talked the other day, I think it was me and Emily, you were out, about Lunchables. Like, to me, things like that are probably a much bigger problem than lab-grown meat, which has all of the genetic indications of being just basically like meat. So to have
also, we can't get better with lab-grown meat unless we, you know, fund it. Like if we ban lab-grown meat, we can't get better at doing lab-grown meat.
Hard ban on this, it's more culture war signaling than it is actual concern for anybody's health, because if you're concerned for anybody's health, you have a lot more critiques of our food system than you have.
Sure, but I mean, take where you can get, right? I mean, to me, lab-grown meat is the epitome of the Jurassic Park meme. Your scientists were so preoccupied whether or not they could.
Completely irrational, like fear of again, like the fascist rejection of something new because it's icky. Vibes-based politics.
They didn't stop to think if they should. I mean, the idea, look,
why?
As we have seen with a lot of the regenerative farming movement and others that are out there, you can actually minimize a lot of the climate impact. You can actually raise animals sustainably. You can have much healthier meat. And
you can't actually. First of all, in order to do that, you would have to ban all factory farming, which is where the vast majority of our animal resources come from. So you can't without completely destroying the industry in the way that it exists currently, which you're not willing to do. It's so insincere. People like Salk are like, well, you could get improvements in the system that exists now by doing X, Y, and Z, and then they just won't advocate for X, Y, and Z.
You can even buy directly.
Also, there are fundamental inefficiencies with doing it through growing meat through an animal that could just be rectified with lab-grown meat.
From the source. One of the amazing things about the internet is you can buy meat online today and you can get it shipped to your house from UPS. You're going to pay maybe 15% more than you would buy at the grocery store. I totally understand. A huge portion of the public cannot afford that. So I am not saying that it is anywhere where it needs to be. But imagine if those people got the same federal subsidies that Tyson's Foods and Purdue Farm and all these other people are.
Yeah, man. Farm to table animal agriculture doesn't get enough subsidies. That's so true, man. That's so true. That's so true.
Are getting. I mean, that's a totally different type of food system, which we could get to pro-technology in the way that people...
What even is his argument? There isn't really an argument here. Like, his arguments don't even... Even if you took all of the empirical points at face value, his argument doesn't follow from them. He's defending the banning of lab-grown meat. Nothing that he's saying has anything to do with that.
Could still get access to, or even better, buy something locally, which is properly raised. So I would just say this lab-grown direction is one where, look, there's something both in terms of the playing...
Could we still get wool clothing after abolishing factory farming? You're going to have to forgive me for my naivete, but my understanding is that it actually is possible to do wool farming relatively ethically. Like, of course, the way the industry is run now is unethical because of the way we treat animals generally, but you can have like a fairly positive relationship in that way, you know? You can do that, I think. Same with bees, right? For instance, like bees have a more or less symbiotic relationship with the farmers that like harvest honey. You know, you just smoke them every now and again, but otherwise the bees are fine and happy. You know, they're not really like living worse lives than they would out in the wild. So, yeah, you know. Oh, well, we don't want that intelligent donkey, of course. I'd smoke with my home bees. True. So true. It's actually unethical to not shear sheep for wool. The same with milk, right? Because cows need to be milked, but we bred them to be like that, right? Like cows and sheep used to be able to exist on their own in their older versions without needing humans to milk them or shear them. So, you know, maybe a little bit more genetic alteration would be good in the long run to make them slightly less dependent. But you know, whatever. Yeah, same with eggs to an extent, I think. I don't know as much about egg farming. Also, wool makes up a very small amount of textiles, like around 1%. Yeah, most stuff isn't made with wool, right? Most stuff is made with like cotton or these days, I guess, maybe like synthetics. Probably cotton. Cotton's kind of like a miraculous fiber. It makes sense that a lot of stuff would be made with cotton. Oh, that's gross as hell, Skynet. Yeah, I get that, Emma. I'm just saying it could be done really well. Okay, so cow milk is bad. Okay, gotcha. Got to use almond milk or whatever.
But second, I just really believe, and we're going to talk, we have a guest later who we're going to be posting later on about Ozempic. And there is this idea of hubris where we seem to believe that we can just synthesize.
Almond milk is bad for the environment. Okay, then you can just drink water then.
Amino acids, and that there isn't something intangible over hundreds of millions or tens of millions of years of evolution of an animal being grown from birth to wherever it is, and then us eating that animal.
Incoherent waffling. Like this is appeal to tradition in its most naked form, where there's not even like an argument attached to it. He's literally just going, "Look, man, like it was like this, and there's something magical about that," you know?
Protein that can just be synthesized through a tube into something that we're going to eat and is going to give us all the nutrients that we could ever possibly want. There's no, history of medical science that shows you that, like Western medicine itself right now, if you were to ask me how to fix a bone, they know how to do that.
What? Is he suggesting that we don't know how to synthesize nutrients for human consumption? What do you think? You know that most of our citric acid we generate like artificially now, right? Like citric acid is a thing that you can find in lemons and limes and oranges and stuff, but we can just make it in a lab way better, like more pure, way faster, way cheaper. It's a lot easier. Nature isn't magic. Nature is chemistry. The things that make your meat, your muscle grow, this is chemistry. The thing that makes citric acid build up in a lemon, that's chemistry. We can do chemistry in a lab.
But they don't know what makes us tick. That's why nobody has ever solved depression or
what? Western medicine can heal a bone, but we don't make a nutrient block. We don't even know what what?
I
can tell like by Crystal's face that she also knows that we're in the like incoherent waffling subsection.
Can't just take vitamins instead of eating vegetables. If it was that easy, then it would already have been done.
Wait, you can take vitamins that completely replace your need for some that you would get from fruits or vegetables. It depends on the vitamin. There's variety, but like, yeah, we've been doing that for a long time. Vitamins aren't magic. It just has the thing in it that you would get from the other thing. Meat and vegetables aren't magical, like reality defying spiritual constructs that give you life nutrients. They're made up of chemicals your body breaks down. We can put those chemicals in a pill. If you want to take them that way, you can.
So for me, it doesn't pass the Lindy test at all, and I think we should stay the hell.
The Lindy test is like vibe, you know.
I mean, your take is just basically like, I assume all technology is bad.
Not all, but a lot. I mean, look.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Crystal.
It's very dissonant with other technological, like embrace of, you know, the Apple Vision Pro and other things that
Apple
you're
Vision Pro is
very
enhancing human life.
And also, it's very.
He's. Oh my god, dude, he's such a fucking cuck boy. He's pro Apple Vision Pro, one of the most insanely dystopian, antisocial, alienating pieces of technology yet devised. Oh my fucking god. This is such an inauthentic opposition to like the Soylent Green tech cult anti-humanist futurism where he's like, yeah man, you know, the Apple Vision Pro, that's fucking good. Lab grown meat, thank you DeSantis for banning it. Insane. No real beliefs. He's such a fucking grifter. You know why he likes one but doesn't like the other? Because conservatives like Apple Vision Pro because that it helps them goon, but conservatives don't like lab grown meat because they either align with the capital interests of the factory farmers or because it's a culture war thing. That's it. It's literally just like, what will my audience go with or not go with, you know? Insane.
It's very dissonant also with your, you know, your view that we don't really need to worry about climate change because science is going to solve it. Well, this is one area. I mean, it's like 25% of carbon emissions come from food delivery. It's very high. So, okay, this is part of science.
Another classic, like we could fix X by doing Y, but then doesn't argue for doing Y, you know?
Solving the climate change crisis and making it so that we don't have to make some of the more dire trade-offs that some of us fear that ultimately we'll have to make. So listen, study it, make sure it's safe, but to just have no evidence that it's a problem and be like, I'm going to ban it because I want to own the World Economic Forum elites is just silly. It's just silly. And like I said,
it really is that, isn't it? Yeah, the WEF likes lab grown meat, therefore it's bad. Like that is actually like the level we're on here.
Different than the way the entire rest of the food system is viewed. It's just this sort of like based on nothing reactionary view that I believe based on nothing, this is going to be a problem. When, you know, it's nice that you can get like your organic, whatever, small ranch raised beef, etc. 99%. That's the stat.
I agree.
Of animals consumed for food production are factory farms. And it's horrible. It's horrible for the animals. It's horrible for human beings. But I don't see Ron DeSantis or John Fetterman upset about that. Of course not, because that's where they're getting the money from that is being used to drive this position. And then
check. I think Crystal's dress actually looks really nice. I didn't like the one with the wavy shoulder straps. I like this one a lot. I think I like it just because I'm a huge fan of Art Deco. So gold and black is just almost always going to be a land for me.
Also this just like culture war virtue signal.
I don't disagree. I think there's also, I mean, look, I understand the whole World Economic Forum thing, but really what they are saying, let's say the best faith version of it is basically in a lab grown system. What does it mean? It means you have to go to a company in order to buy your meat. You can never actually be fully sustainable or harvest something if you want.
Nobody is. That is a total delusional conservative fantasy that anyone except for like a tiny fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the United States right now. Look at Crystal's face right now. Like, yeah, man, the homesteading fantasy of like raising a cow to slaughter it. It's the 21st century. And you know what? If the world ever reached a point where you could do that, you could just do that. We're not talking about banning the concept of slaughtering an animal for meat. We're talking about allowing lab-grown meat to develop. No, notice how Sagar is advocating in favor of banning lab-grown meat from the defensive position of assuming that it's going to be made illegal to harvest meat through slaughter of an animal. It's almost like he knows that it's a superior technology and a superior way of doing things, so he's operating from the defensive understanding that it would eventually replace all existing factory farming. By the way, factory farming is not the old-fashioned way of raising an animal to slaughter. It would almost certainly be easier to grow your own meat than farm your own fucking cow. Oh god, yes. Once the technology develops, I guarantee you that there are going to be like hipster meat cultivators who buy like a $95 lab meat cultivation set with some like glass vials and tubes, and it's like, yeah, if you feed it the amino acids like every day at the same time, like in a month, you get a steak, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, like meat 3D printing or whatever, which is sure as hell a lot easier than buying a fucking cow and having like an acre of land for it to graze on and taking care of it for years until, well, I don't, when did they, like 18 months? I forget when they slaughter a cow typically, you know, whatever. For like one slaughter, you know?
Wanted to
yeah,
yourself.
it'd be like microbrewing, basically.
What? Why?
Well, okay, because
people can still have their own cow. They can still buy their meat.
I mean, what if they outlaw that?
Okay.
See? He knows he's operating from an irrational position. He's just clinging on to the status quo.
Well, then you take a stand against that.
Yeah.
But instead of saying, hey, let's study it and see, and actually maybe this is healthier for people. Maybe this reduces the cost of meat so that people can have more whole foods.
It almost certainly will in the long run.
Versus the Lunchables crap that they're eating now. Rather than that, you're just like, let's ban it before we even know.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing that it is a culture-based argument.
Yeah.
I'm only telling you.
So this is him saying like, yeah, I am acknowledging the fact that I have no rational argument for what I'm saying. This is a culture war talking point. Like this is purely vibes based.
Where
Fucking
it
idiot.
comes from, the skepticism. Again, for me, it doesn't pass the Lindy test literally at all.
I openly admit I am irrational. I don't have an argument. I am full of shit. This is just a vibes thing. I am in favor of the government banning an industry purely based on my arbitrary vibes.
That you can just grow something in a lab and that's going to replace it. If it were true, then vitamins would have replaced all of vegetables. But
that's not the argument. They're not saying lab-grown meat will replace all traditionally made meat. They're saying that it can be used to supplement it. Your argument would be like banning vitamins because you're defending like traditional vegetables. But vitamins help millions of people, billions of people. Vitamins do that already. You would be arguing for banning the concept of vitamins and minerals. Like you would be out like fish oil? Well, this doesn't pass the Lindsay test. If you want fish oil, you need to eat a fish. Like, okay.
Medical science would tell you that a vitamin is not a direct, is not a direct substitute. Now, could it get there? Maybe, but they've been trying.
I'm sorry, this is like so incomprehensibly dumb. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to do analysis-wise when the person who's taking the opposing argument is literally admitting I don't have an argument, but, and then continuing to argue anyway. I like genuinely, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's insane.
This is science meat.
Soy.
FDA approved science meat, of course. It was grown in a vat instead of inside an animal's body. And I'm about to chow down on it. It's right next to San Francisco.
Of course.
Pixar is there, there's an IKEA, and a pretty good mall. And this place, a high-tech factory for cultivated meat.
Just want a chicken wing, do I need a whole chicken?
This is Eric, our tour guide and professional scientist, and I'm gonna guess basketball player?
College basketball, and not very good at it.
Anyway, after we got all suited up with these super fashionable beard nets, Eric gave me a tour of the facility where they make the meat.
What do you feed the cells?
We feed the cells the same thing you and I would eat, except in a much more simplified form. So if we're eating, say, meat or protein or starches in like a potato, we just break those down to its components. Amino acids in the case of protein, sugars in the case of starches, vitamins, minerals, those sorts of things. You take cells which are living, and as long as they're fed, kept warm, and given a place to grow without competition from bacteria, they'll continue to grow using their genetic programming. And they will produce the same thing that's in an animal, and then you can eat it.
This way,
this feels like an investor video. Yes, it does. This does feel like an investor video. I was kind of hoping to see like more of an in-depth tour on the inside.
You can grow the meat without needing to grow the rest of the animal. No bones, no skin, no nervous system. The only problem with this is that it also doesn't have an immune system. So if bacteria gets into the process, it pretty much ruins the whole batch.
Yeah, of course. Though this sounds like a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing for multiple reasons. For one, it means that, well, for one, you're in a sterile environment, so how would it even get in there? And second of all, if a batch is corrupted, you would easily be able to tell, right? Like, rather than there being the kind of ambiguity of a cow that is healthy, but like fighting off with the assistance of a fuck ton of antibiotics, by the way, like a ton of diseases and because it's like sitting in its own shit 24/7, you know? Instead, it's like, oh, this batch is contaminated. Like, that's it. Like, you know, it would be like very easy, clean cut, very straightforward, you know? Yeah, dump the vat, spray it with peroxide, try again. Yeah, like just sterilize the vat, go right ahead, you know? Pretty basic stuff.
And the most important thing, of course, is that once we put anything into the system, it is in fact sterile. We monitor all the different types of bacteria in the air and on the surfaces.
Nice.
We also monitor what's inside here, but more importantly, what's not here.
Right.
Bacteria, viruses. Our main line of defense is prevention, is effectively just never letting bacteria or viruses in.
Yeah.
Effectively, we are the immune system in a facility like this. This is important because one of the main advantages of this technology is that you wouldn't need to use antibiotics like we do now in animal agriculture.
Uh-huh.
The moment we take the cells directly from a farm animal, we have to pierce its skin in order to get the cells. There's going to be bacteria there. We use a small amount of antibiotics to make sure no bacteria transfer into our system. And this is, I'm talking about over the course of years before we actually get them into production. Once they're in production, we do not use antibiotics at all.
God, this technology has the potential to be so good, man. So good. We're mostly talking about beef here, but it seems like this is a chicken. So they just made...
Our chicken breast meat has intentionally some dark meat character added into it on purpose in the form of connected.
Dude, you could do so much crazy stuff with different cuts of meat with lab-grown synthesis as well. You could make crazy, interesting types of meat that would be like really cool, I think. I don't know. Like right now we're kind of limited to what meat we can eat. Like there are only so many animals that we eat regularly, right? In terms of factory cultivation. You can eat crocodile or kangaroo if you really want to, but like for the most part it's like chicken, lamb, beef, I'm missing a big one here. What is pork? Yeah, pork. Yeah. You know. But you could do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Tissue that prevents it from overcooking, and I think it sort of redeemed it.
Expect it to? As me.
But it tastes and feels just like the meat I've known all my life. It's somewhat weird that this bleeding-edge food technology is all about trying to replicate a familiar experience. If they succeed, it'll be indistinguishable from what you already know. So, what would the future look like with this technology?
That's really cool. Yeah, okay, sorry. We've been on this one for a long time, but I really do believe in lab-grown meat, you know? Like any opposition to it, whether it be from DeSantis or from Fetterman, is just outright demonic. Like it's wrong on every level. It's wrong on a human level, it's wrong on a it's wrong on like an animal ethics level, it's wrong on like a bioethics and like virological or virology? Yeah. Epidemiology, you know, it's just bad on every level. It's you should be in favor of this technology developing. It's thermodynamically superior, you know. This isn't a joke. Can dino meat be a thing? I don't really think we don't have living dino cells we could replicate. Like, I mean, I'm sure you could like get like alter existing cells to try to do something wacky and be like, yeah, this is like what a dino would be like, but we don't have the cells to clone. You know, Jurassic Park isn't real at the moment, I'm afraid. Mammoth meat is the thing. Yeah, because we did have mammoth cells to work off of, didn't we? Because mammoths died out like not that long ago. Purely on just the psychological impact of slaughterhouses and factory farmers on workers is insane. So many suffer from PTSD or other mental health issues. Yeah, because it's fucking horrible. The research reviewed has shown a link between slaughterhouse work and antisocial behavior generally and sexual offending specifically. Mental health disorders, coping mechanisms, crime perpetuation, violent supportive attitudes. Yeah, it's not good. There has been increased media coverage of the slaughterhouse industry as a result of the dissemination of online videos showing slaughterhouse staff abusing animals. Examples include using animals as a surface to extinguish cigarettes, decapitating animals and ridiculing their dismembered bodies, and inflicting abuse on animals as a form of game playing and entertainment. Man, I wonder if it might be kind of psychologically detrimental to humans to have a job that involves the mass slaughter of animals in an industrial setting. You're basically like a fucking Auschwitz guard for cows. Like you're doing, if you're capable of, if you as a human are capable of empathizing with an animal, which all healthy humans should be able to. Do you love a dog? Do you love a cat? Like your job here is Auschwitz guard for cows or chickens or whatever. So either that kind of job attracts those kinds of people or it makes those kinds of people. There's a reason why a lot of human serial killers start out by torturing animals. All right. Aren't there some countries where you're only allowed to work for a certain amount of time in a slaughterhouse during your whole life? Yeah. The basically like this work is so inhumane and so damaging to the human spirit that you like shouldn't be allowed to have this as a lifetime job. You're not allowed to kill your own farm animal in the UK for this reason? Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing. I had a friend who worked in a slaughterhouse and it really genuinely fucked him up permanently. Yeah. Anti-gag laws are really... Oh, yeah. And on another level of this, by the way, there have been systemic efforts to pass laws to make it impossible and illegal to take photos of the conditions in these slaughterhouses. Like, there have been laws passed like, no, you can't do any The Jungle, Upton Sinclair shit. You cannot go in here to... Like, that is not lawful to do it. Because they're so horrific inside. Yeah. Agriculture gag laws emerged in the early 1990s in response to underground activists with the Animal Liberation Front movement. In Kansas, Montana, and North Dakota, state legislators made it a crime to take pictures or shoot video inside an animal facility without the consent of the facility's owner. How is it not unconstitutional? Some of these laws have been overturned as violations of the First Amendment, but they still exist to some extent. Australia, Canada, France, the U.S. It's not just the U.S., but yeah. That's why the footage in those horrible documentaries comes from whistleblower employees, not journalists or the public. Yeah. They're trying to, like, clamp down on it as much as possible. They probably have you sign, like, NDAs pretty frequently if you work in there as well. Why do you think it is hunters don't tend to develop the same psychological issues as slaughterhouse workers? Because, like, a hunter is to a slaughterhouse worker what, like, a random soldier is to an Auschwitz guard. There's a huge difference, I think, between, like, going into the forest, shooting a buck, and then bringing it home. You know, like, psychologically, there's a huge difference between that and literally just, like, overseeing thousands of animals being, like, shot in the head a day. In like a big meat factory, you know? Factories dehumanize. That's literally the thing they do. But isn't it that most of them need a job and it's a huge job source in certain states? I mean, that's the case for like all bad industries, right? You know? Yeah, there is a difference between professional hunters and like Aristo Ivy League trust fund hunters who want to fly over to Africa to like shoot a giraffe or whatever. For instance, in 2007, an undercover investigator from the Humane Society of the United States visited the Hallmark Westland Slaughterhouse in Chino, California, and filmed downed cows too sick to stand up being dragged by chains and pushed by forklifts to the kill floor. A large meat of that slaughterhouse had been consumed through the National School Lunch Program, and the footage compelled the U.S. Department of Agriculture to announce what was at the time the largest meat recall in U.S. history. And that was, by the way, from an activist. That could be happening to slaughterhouses all over the country right now, and they make it illegal. They try to make it illegal to leak that. The investigation revealed cages full of dead hens rotting alongside living hens who are still laying eggs for human consumption. The investigator documented standard practices such as painful debeaking without painkillers and tossing live birds into plastic bags to suffocate, along with other behavior deemed sadistic and malicious. Yeah, I agree, Benjamin. Like every slaughterhouse violates the law. Like even the tiny amount of laws we have protecting animals now and protecting the consumer. Like the slaughterhouse is an engine designed to violate those laws, you know? All right, we got to move on. We're halfway through the stream and almost all of it has been dedicated to this topic. Not that I think this topic is unworthy of the attention, just, you know. There are so many fucking links I have open. Oh my god. I offer to eat 5 more brain worms and still beat President Trump and President Biden debate. I love him for this. RFK should commit to this bit, you know? Literally 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Slaughterhouse Cleaning Company fined $649,000 for child workers. That's great. Some as young as 13. Fayette Janitorial Service had employed at least 24 children cleaning slaughterhouses. The company stated that its goal remains to ensure a safe and compliant work environment for all of our employees. I believe them. Miners were used to clean dangerous kill floor equipment such as head splitters, jaw pullers, meat band saws, and neck clippers, the Labor Department said in a February news release describing its findings in the investigation. Instances of illegal child labor have been growing in recent years, and other contractors have been fined over employing minors. Nice, 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 nice. What is a jaw puller? You can Google it. I don't know. You're free to Google it. I don't care. Google it yourself. Okay, really though, that's enough. That's enough. Vegans winning. Vegans are morally superior to non-vegans. This is true. That's so brave of you, Benjamin. That's so brave of you. I hope you guys understand. This includes you, Kowalski and Sake. That after any like pro-vegan segment, the people who are like, "Well, I'm still not vegan," haha, you're being scum, like genuine. Like this is. It's not even like it's the reactionary and insecure desire to like, wow, you're so edgy. This is like I did this when I was like 12. You know, like come on. I don't know why Sake does it. I don't know why Kowalski does it. I don't know why you just did it, Benjamin. I genuinely don't understand it. It's beyond my understanding. It's incomprehensible to me. I don't understand it at all. I don't get it at all, you know? I'm not even saying you have to feel bad about it or whatever. I'm just saying like it would like imagine if I did a big thing on I don't know, fucking cobalt mining or whatever, and then everyone in the show is like, ah, well, haha, still doing that then, ha, you know, wow, whatever. Those anti-cobalt users are crazy, you know. It's just like, well, why? I don't get it. I don't get it. For people who are actually interested in going vegan, what are some resources? Okay, listen, okay? Vegan is really difficult. Vegetarian is a lot easier, and you're getting like 80% of the way there through vegetarian. A lot of the worst practices of animal cultivation and farming are in the meat. I'm not saying that there's no harm in the eggs or the dairy or the whatever else, but like start with the meat, okay? Like start with vegetarian, right? So if you're going to do that, like, okay, going from like regular to vegetarian is relatively easy nowadays. You have access to so many protein options that aren't meat-based, and like, honest to God, recreation meat really isn't that bad. You make such good stuff with like mushrooms and beans. I don't even like mushrooms, and I've had mushroom-based burgers and they're pretty good, you know. Vegan is a lot more difficult because then you're cutting out like a lot of critical sources of protein and fat that you would otherwise normally get, you know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but step one would be, could I make it so I don't eat any meat on this day, like on Sunday? And then what if like, okay, what if Sunday and Friday I don't have meat, you know? Or like, okay, what about 3 days a week, then 4 days a week, then 5 days a week? And then eventually like, okay, what if I have meat just 1 day a week, and then you don't? And like, that would be the start there. And the point is to develop like you want to get better at learning how to make the meals that make you feel the kind of happy that you do when you have a big steak dinner, you know, which you can do vegetarian. Like you can do that, right? Like it's not that difficult either. It's just a different language of food. You just need to like, you know, okay, let me try this thing. Let me try this thing. Do that for a few weeks. And then like eventually you'll go like, oh, okay, well that's actually really good, you know? And it's about building the habit as well. It's totally doable. Most restaurants have vegetarian options these days, making it easier and easier to go out and have fun with your friends without having to like, you know, oh, I can't eat at this place or whatever. That kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, anti-vegan types have always been more annoying than vegans. Like, I, in my entire life, have never encountered a preachy vegan, but you can't fucking trip over vegan discourse online without 5 million edgy 14-year-old boys going, duh, for every steak you don't eat, I'm gonna eat 5. First of all, no, you're not, you limp-wristed soy fuck. You're not eating 5 steaks for every steak they don't eat. That doesn't even make sense, okay? And second of all, like, what is this insecure, you know, like, it's fundamentally reactionary. It's the same, like, emotional impulse that drives people to perform their racism or their sexism. Oh, you're woke? Haha. Well, I'm anti-woke. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same. No differences. It's just on a subject you feel comfortable exhibiting that behavior on. Okay, can we move on from this topic? I think you should care about animal rights, the Radical Dino. Can you explain why you think going vegan/vegetarian are good, but things like boycotting companies for Palestine aren't? Because, for one, there's a more direct relationship to harm with going vegan/vegetarian. And for two, the problem that I have with boycotts isn't a person's decision to boycott. It's the fact that like it's like a broadly ineffective strategy that takes attention away from other things you could do, and it leads to a lot of purity testing within the movement. For instance, I think that like choosing to be vegan or vegetarian is something that you can do in your life that like, you know, is pretty doable, at least the vegetarian thing. Veganism is tough. Anyone who says veganism isn't difficult is full of shit, frankly. You know, yeah, but you can do the vegetarian bit. And that can be like a part of your life or whatever. And I think that is a good thing. Whereas with like the boycotting thing, I don't mind if you boycott like McDonald's or whatever. I don't give a shit if you don't eat a McDonald's. Like, have I ever gone like, no, you should eat a McDonald's? Like, no, I don't care if you don't eat a McDonald's. What I care about is the like social media craze of transforming advocacy movements into like it's something that is being centered by whether or not you're on the right side by hating these companies or those other companies, you know? Like, that's the thing that bothers me, I guess. So like, if you want to boycott, okay, fine. It's just that always turns into like a centerpiece of the movement, and it's so often really ineffective. Likewise, I really don't think that anti-animal agriculture advocacy should be centered by people choosing to be vegetarian or vegan. You know what I mean? Okay, sorry. We need to move on. Please, 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 please. Why aren't you vegan/vegetarian if you agree they're morally and otherwise correct? I don't go to McDonald's because I think their food is garbage, not because I have a moral objection to going to McDonald's. And I do, in fact, buy things that have, like, cobalt that were mined by child slaves in them. Look, I think it is better to do that. I think it is good to do good things. I don't do all good things, but we should always strive to. My problem has more to do with, like, the purity testing of people who don't do all the good things. You know, I talked about this a lot more back earlier in my channel, but there is always this, like, self-destructive and seditious intention from some people, I feel, to take what should be a good moral decision and to make it into a fulcrum to purity test others, and in a way that almost always destroys the movement. I don't think that, like, progressive advocacy has ever been improved by beleaguering people into making better consumptive decisions, with some, like, very specific exceptions. Like, I would have to think about specific exceptions to this, you know? Does that make any sense? I think that for the most part, you know, it's you encourage people to do good. You try to do the good you can. Nobody's going to do good in all ways. I drive a car rather than biking. I eat meat, though honestly not that much, really, realistically. Like, I'm a pretty lean pretty hard in the beans and rice lately. You know, purely like for dieting reasons, frankly, but like stuff like that, you know. And it's like the littering thing as well, right? To an extent, you know, like, I don't think people should litter. Obviously, littering is bad, but it's also like, there's a broader systemic issue to focus on. It kind of all feeds into, like, the individual consumptive decisions versus the broader systemic change. It would be a lot easier for everyone to be vegetarian or even vegan if we just got rid of animal agriculture, you know? And to that extent, that's kind of like the goal, I feel. All right, no more whatabouts. No more whatabouts, okay? No more whatabouts. How do you feel about lab-grown meat? Let me just check to see if you've chatted any time in the past 2 hours. Let's see. Let's see. You were... No, the last message from today came in 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, so it's possible you weren't there for that. Okay, all right, okay. All right. Yeah, just sort of charging the orbital band laser on that one. All right, okay, all right. What is this? Who linked this? Esmilia, this is a CGI video with 16 likes. Why are you linking this? What are you getting recommended on your Twitter feed? Someone else sent me to it? Okay, okay. Please, God, let me move on from this. Yeah, I talked about this briefly, but it's still really disappointing. Redfall sucked, but Hi-Fi Rush was a banger game. Just a real banger of a game. You know, it was a breakout hit. It had basically no advertising before it came out, and then it released, and everyone was really happy with it. I was happy with it. I played it on stream. It was great. And now it's gone. Also, Prey. Oh, yeah, they're shutting down Arcane as well. Man, Prey was so good. Jesus. The people behind Hi-Fi Rush left already and followed Shinji Mikami to his new studio, Kamui, I believe. Is that true? Today I'm sharing changes we're making to our Bethesda and ZeniMax teams. These changes are grounded in prioritizing high-impact titles and further investing in Bethesda's portfolio of blockbuster games and blah blah blah. Arcane Austin, the studio will close with some members of the team joining other studios, blah blah blah. Alpha Dog Studios, this studio will also close. Tango Gameworks, this will also close. Hi-Fi Rush will continue to be available to players and platforms as it is today. Okay, great, phenomenal. And Roundhouse Games, cool, nice, yeah, okay. Yeah, look, Microsoft has done this so many times, you know? You acquire a company, then you eat it. The Tango Studios thing is wrong? In what way? Wait a minute, it appears that Shinji Mikami took most of the Tango Gameworks staff with him to his new studio, Kemoi. Now things are making sense. That's completely false. No, it's not. We'll do your research. I was working there. Okay, well, that was a nice bit of hopium, but no, sorry, good things don't happen, guys. Good things don't happen. Literally yesterday, Microsoft said they need more games like Hi-Fi Rush. That's great. I love that. Xbox Studios leader described wanting small and prestigious games in a town hall with employees today. Yeah, they do want that. They want it once and then to crush the studio that did it, you know? One day after Microsoft announced it would shut down 4 of its game studios, Matt Booty, head of Xbox Game Studios, held a town hall saying, "We need smaller games that give us prestige and awards." And Hi-Fi Rush literally got awards in the game festival. How does this make Microsoft any money? Because the system of investment that we have in modern tech development, where, you know, it's a publicly run company, it's all like shareholder driven. You need an increase in stock valuation every quarter after quarter after quarter. What you need is shakeups. This is the problem. Well, this is one of the billion problems with public investment. The only way for a stock price to go up and up and up over time constantly without stopping is you always need shakeups. You always need hype. You can't have a studio just be quiet for 3 years while making a game. Like, you literally can't do that. You can't have a publicly traded company be like, yeah, guys, we're just going to sit here and quietly work on our game for 3 years. Don't you worry. Once the game comes out, it's going to be worth a lot of money. You know, you can't do that. So you need constant shakeups, and that means the executives are always like, you know, freaking out over like, oh, what can we do? Who can we fire? Who can we lay off? What can we change? What can we buy? You know, yeah. But the investors have to be healthy. Yeah, yeah. You know, isn't From Software privately traded? Like, a majority of From Software's stock is controlled by other corporations, but From Software itself is private, right? You can't openly buy it. Like, they sold that portions of their stock to Bandai Namco on like in a single transaction, which is one of the reasons why From Software can get away with just being quiet for a while and then dropping a fucking gigabanger, you know? Also Valve? Yeah, also Valve, yeah. One of the reasons why Valve hasn't like shot itself in the dick the way every other fucking game sales store has. Does Valve make games? No. But, you know, the moment Gabe Newell dies and, you know, they go public, it'll be a dark day for games. I'll say that much, okay? Sony bought a big chunk of From Software not so long ago. No. I know that. I just mean that, like, it's not publicly traded, right? Like, they bought a portion of it, but that wasn't a specific deal. You can't openly buy. You, as a private consumer, can't go on the exchange and buy shares of FromSoft, right? Yeah, like Sony isn't a shareholder. They just invested heavily in the company in a non-share-based sense, right? Like, you can invest in a company in a way that doesn't involve Chatters can't grasp difference between ownership and shareholder. I don't blame them because everything is publicly traded these days. You can own a portion of a company and get a portion of its proceeds and have a portion of control over it without being a shareholder, because a shareholder is someone who does that through shares, the publicly traded portion of corporate control, like that is put up on the exchange, you know, like it's done outside that system, you know? So thank God for FromSoft, I guess. Could I buy a share of FromSoft? No, you couldn't. It's not publicly traded. Hi-Fi Rush was a breakout hit for us and our players in all key measurements and expectations. We couldn't be happier with it, with what the team at Tango Gameworks delivered with the surprise release. 1 year later, closed. Nice. Gotta always be innovating. Gotta always be innovating. Always gotta be shaking it up, you know? That's why so much of Silicon Valley is driven by VC stuff, you know, like getting massive investment from other, you know, from private shareholders or from corporations, because it's like, oh, I got to shake it up, got to be disruptive, got to be innovative, you know, because that hype is what drives high share prices, which is why Tesla is so overvaluated, even by Elon Musk's own estimation. But it doesn't mean you're producing anything. It doesn't mean that you're like doing anything. When's the stock buyback, you think? Wasn't there just recently a colossal stock buyback? Like an enormous one? Oh yeah, 10 hours ago. How Apple's record 100 billion plus stock buyback benefits shareholders. Yeah, I bet it does. Disseminating those profits to the workers? No, we couldn't do that. Stock buybacks used to be illegal. Thank you, Reagan. Thank you, Reagan. Did you know stock buybacks were illegal until 1982 and viewed as market manipulation? Yep. Whatever. Let's move past. This is almost as depressing as the factory farming topic. Google employees grill Sundar Pichai and CFO Ruth Porat on why they're not getting pay raises amid blowout earnings. Google literally announced $74 billion in profit last year, their highest ever. I love stock buybacks. I love the modern economy. It's great. I love the complete detachment between corporate profits and like life being better for people. It's so transparent and obvious. But you know, it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. We're like every year is like another record for buybacks. Why are stock buybacks bad? I don't get it. Because it means that a company can reap like an ungodly amount of profit by cost cutting and firing people and depressing wages and like strangling every bit of money that it possibly can out of the economic system that it's developed, the like process of production and sale. And then once it has all that excess money, rather than using it for R&D or for like rewarding people with bonuses or paying their workers more, they can enrich one group and one group only, their shareholders, spending billions of dollars to buy back their own shares on the market, which makes the existing shares held by others worth more. So basically, it's how do we turn an engine for... So normally, shareholders are enriched largely through the increase in the valuation of the stock they hold, right? The shares of the stock. But a stock buyback means you can use corporate profits, which are not money held by the shareholders, but rather by the company, to enrich the shareholders even further. So it's a double whammy. You have a corporate model that is entirely incentivized to prioritize the share price, meaning that no matter how badly the company is doing on a production level or how little it pays its workers, the number one priority, which you are legally obligated to pursue, is value for the shareholders. You can then do a double whammy and go, okay, well, what about all this excess money that we made as like a corporate entity? Well, use that to buy back a bunch of shares, lots of shares from people who aren't a part of our like core shareholder group, and thus increasing the value of the shares they hold. Again, it was literally illegal up until relatively recently. It is a system that does not. It is just another system for the enrichment of the bourgeoisie. Like it's literally just that. And the line goes up. You know, people argue about like the theoretical value of stock buybacks, and then you point and look at the actual empirical reality that you have companies making ungodly amounts of money, and none of it goes into the well-being of the people who work there or actually produce value for the company. It just goes towards the bourgeoisie. You know, that's it. It literally just the bourgeoisie, the shareholders, you know, who bribe the CEO and the other executives into continuing to do their dirty work. That's it, you know. All right, that's enough. That's enough. It's not even good by the logic of capitalist theory. Stock buybacks are psychotic and bad for the economy. Yeah, like no, again, it's just bad. You know, defending them is just defending like greed and inequitable economic distribution. It's empirically, mathematically bad for society and for the economy as a whole. But it doesn't matter, you know, because like everything in the economy must be subsumed to the bourgeoisie. Like their class interests extend beyond like reality and physics and math and thermodynamics. Like the universe will bend to its will. It doesn't matter how much empirical data you have on the harm it does to the economy or society or crime or inequality, like any of that. It does not matter. Everything must be bent to them. I know that, Anonymous. We literally just talked about that. All right. So many links. So many links. You said you're not a shareholder if you invest in a private company, but you are? Oh, sorry. Then that's a distinction that I drew at the incorrect point. My apologies. That you can be a shareholder in a private company even if the shares aren't publicly listed. I thought like the internal valuation of the shares or what they're sold at, that would be called like a different thing. But okay, yeah. My apologies then for the semantic confusion. Professional streamer. That's how you know that I'm ethical, okay? Privately owned, and if you donate to me, it's not in a share, you know? You're not investing. So you know that I'm walking the walk, I'm talking the talk. All right. We all saw this, right?
It's okay. That's okay. It's happened at every event I've done recently. Free everybody. What? No, free speech. Everybody. So, talk.
I love the applause that gets. Free everybody.
Thank you. Free speech. One of the things that is actually against oppression. I'm going to ask about asking, but the state of the world.
Huge props, by the way, to the person over there shouting, because it got Kim K to direct you know, to sort of like willfully direct a lot of negative attention towards herself for this one. People got real upsetty spaghetti. Again, I don't know what kind of person you have to be to like Kim Kardashian, like to actually like her and to care about her as a person. You know, I don't really know. The OMR Business Festival in Hamburg. Okay, that's where we were at. Okay, we're in Hamburg. Okay, so the police are going over to kill the person who was saying Free Palestine. Gotcha. Well then, all the more brave of her to do that. There have been a bunch of articles on this, and people correctly pointing out that it's basically the same as saying, you know, all lives matter. But I'm not surprised that she had to do this, you know? Two days after she was brutally booed on stage at Tom Brady's roast. What happened there? I don't really know, I guess. I don't really care. I don't know. I sympathize with the people of Israel and with those in Palestine, she said, taking the middle ground on the highly polarizing issue. I sympathize with everyone. All we want is for everyone to feel safe and free. You genuinely, like, from a PR perspective, she should just stay quiet. Nobody's going to be made happy by this. Speaking of public presenters, yeah, I guess since Israel's about to go up in Eurovision, I should talk about that too. Here's extremely reputable journalist Ollie London with a clip for us to look at. So Eurovision, I don't really get it. I guess all the European countries plus Israel for some reason get together and they do like a gay song and dance. I don't really get it. I'm American. My brain can't comprehend it. I don't care. I don't care to care. The representative of Israel performed a song, a rehearsal for a song called Hurricane, to which a lot of people booed. Is there not a way to reduce the volume? Seriously? Basically, no one could hear the song because during the rehearsal, everyone was competing, you know, between the boos and the cheering. Yeah, I don't know. So the funny thing is, because I looked into this, right? Again, I don't know anything about Eurovision. I have complete ignorance on the subject. All I know is that Europeans are wacky. Apparently, the original song that Israel attempted to enter in Eurovision was, and I'm not kidding here, October Rain. They wrote an original song. It was about October 7th. I'm not kidding. Not kidding. Yeah, at Eurovision, they tried to bring that in. Didn't they ban Russia from Eurovision after the invasion of Ukraine? There were calls to ban Israel from Eurovision. Again, Russia is in Europe. Israel isn't. You know, make of that what you will. But, you know, there are protests outside the building. A bunch of people are protesting it, blah, 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 you know, the whole 9 yards. But anyway, the original song that was entered by Israel was October Rain. It was about, you know, October 7th, and it got rejected because it broke their rule on being political. So if the song that Israel is putting forward sucks, it's because it was written quickly. Now the song is called Hurricane, I guess. The new one is called Hurricane. Yeah, there are so many different videos of the booing and such. turning the knob that says Israel on it and looking back to the crowd, for approval. The festival is organized by a collection of European broadcasting companies, and Israel is a part of it because it's a colonial state where lots of Europeans live who want to watch the media from the country they're originally from. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, in a lot of ways, Israel is basically like a European American colony. So yeah, there's a lot of people who are in Israel have ties to the countries that they came from and want to participate. It's all those countries. Yeah, how many countries are in it? Hold on. Oh man, we've got like the super... Okay, here we go. Okay. So dark and light blue is current. Wait. Northern Africa is in Eurovision? I didn't know that. Associate, suspended, former associate. They just don't participate? Well, why don't they participate? Yeah, I didn't realize that these guys were in. That makes sense then, more for Israel to be here. You know, what's with that, you know? I mean, honest to God, a lot of these inclusions are pretty fucking wacky. Like, Syria is an associate? Like, what are we doing here? Come on. Fucking Iran is an associate? What does that mean to be an associate? What does that mean? Could Iran participate? Can we get the Ayatollah out there to like belt out like a big performance? Dark blue participates, light blue doesn't, I think. Okay, but in this map, Israel is light blue, so this is an older map then? Why is Russia two colors? I don't know. Suspended, former associate. This map sucks. I don't know what's going on here. Forget about it. Forget about it. Israel's going live in the semifinal right this minute. Well, good luck to them. Anyway, the only reason nations participate in stuff like this is because they're looking for clout. It's the same as like the Olympics, you know. Apparently, the last time a nation was forced to change the lyrics of a song they're entering into Eurovision was in 2009 with Georgia. Georgia withdrew from the event after its proposed entry, "We Don't Want to Put In," was rejected for its obvious reference to the Russian president. Huh. However, they've been called out as hypocrites as they banned Russia from competing in 2022 due to its full-scale invasion of Ukraine and Belarus the year prior. Well, they knew that if they banned Israel, they'd be, like, in big trouble.
Wanna let you up, that you love me.
Sounds like shit. Don't care, sounds like shit, actually. Apparently, you know, because there's a whole, like, subculture of stuff going on here that I'm just not tuned into because I'm an American. Protesters outside Eurovision. Oh, Greta Thunberg is there. That's nice. That's pretty loud.
I think they should be everywhere, and once again, young people are leading the way, showing the world how we should react to this.
You know what's gonna rock, by the way? It's going to fucking rock when Israel wins and faces massive like public outcry. Like they give the like political win to Israel because they knew that they would be accused of being anti-Semitic if they didn't. Can you imagine? Like, Israel sucks shit in their final performance compared. It's won by vote. Oh, is it done democratically? Is it done by votes? I didn't know that. Okay. It's not done by like a committee? Okay, gotcha. Very democratic. The vote is public? Well, what do you guys think then? I'm going to defer to you guys. What do you guys think then? Do you think that like there's going to be like a massive grassroots Zionist, or not grassroots, like AstroTurf Zionist campaign to vote for Israel? It's both a public vote and a committee vote from each country to give points. Gotcha. Like, yeah, like all of Germany will vote for Israel because they feel bad about being Nazis before or whatever, and still currently. I know European governments are super cucked on this. I don't know what the European public feels like, you know? The issue is that you can vote for Israel, but you can't vote against Israel, so Zionists have an advantage in that sense. That's true. Wait, how many elimination rounds are there? Is the final runoff between two competitors, or is it just like there's a group of 8 and like the one with the most? None? There's no runoff or elimination votes? Semifinals, then final? That's insane! Israel's going to win. Israel's going to win. Because all the Zionists are going to vote for Israel, but there's going to be splits among all the non-Zionists to vote for all the other countries that they actually like or don't like. You know? That's not how it works. Well, okay, then Israelis can't vote for Israel. There are like 5 people who live in Israel. We're not talking about Israelis. I said Zionists. The scoring system is funky. Israel has a 2% chance to win according to betting sites. Croatia has 44%. Well, that'll just make more people unhappy when Israel does win for political reasons. Well, we'll see how it goes. Listen, you guys know that if Israel doesn't win, Ben-Gvir is going to be on TV 1 hour later talking about how all of Europe is Hamas or whatever, right? Like 100%. This is how Eurovision voting works. I see. I love this this classic like intra-European racism. This is great, you know? This is like, you know, the seething hatred that only a European could feel for other Europeans. I really like how we have like Bavaria down here. This is good. This is theory. This is theory. Loyal Turkish immigrants. Just like a very, like, again, no American. The American mind is not capable of holding in itself this many ethnic stereotypes. The American mind can't conceive of this many ethnic stereotypes, you know? Like, American mind only conceives race. No American could think to draw a Greek woman like this, you know? This is just, this is so specific. Casual European racism versus competitive European, or sorry, casual American racism versus competitive European racism. True! And then we have the Nordic Chad over here. Okay, we have to stop. What does it all mean? Nobody knows what it means, okay? Look at that Greek part again. The mom is giving the son no money. Oh my god. Thanks, Mom, as she hands him nothing. Oh my god. That's so fucking fun. That's so fucking funny. All right. We have to stop. We have to stop. Okay, it's too funny. It's a simple chart. What the fuck? Yeah, this is the simplest possible depiction of Euroid intracontinental racism. Oh, one other little tidbit that I saw, by the way. Ireland, which has been really pro-Palestinian for a variety of reasons, their performance, who looks really cool, had ceasefire and free Palestine written on her face in Ogham, which I didn't know what that was, and I Googled it, and it's some ancient Irish language, like really, really old. Oh, sorry about the flicker. Like 50 trillion years. I don't know. It was the first language ever, maybe. I don't know. 4th to 10th centuries. I mean, it's pretty old, yeah. But they were told to cut it out. I am pro-justice and pro-peace. Unfortunately, I had to change those messages today to crown the witch only as an order from the EBU. Well, I'm surprised they caught that, you know, considering how inattentive, say, the Oscar committee is. You know, I'm surprised when any group of judges or OAM is what it's pronounced? OAM? OAM? Okay, sure, whatever. OIM? OAM? I don't know. Belgian TV displayed a message against Israel before their performance, by the way. This is in Vakbon Sakti. Wij verundelen de schindingen van dem. Okay. We condemn the violations of the Israeli state. Israel is also destroying freedom of the press. That is why we temporarily interrupt the screen. Oh, well, thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you, Belgians. You, as always, your language, Belgish, is beautiful and resonates with us all. It's Dutch. It's Belgish. That's just funny to say. The Irish performer is non-binary and uses they, them. Oh, nice. Queers love their witch aesthetic. Vosh, you just caused a race war in Belgium. You have to be really careful about this stuff. Anytime you call like southern Germany northern Italy, or you refer to like greater German theory but in a non-Nazi way, or make fun of the Belgians or anything else like that, you're actually starting a race war somewhere in Europe. What is Balkan? Anytime you play that video, that Zizek video, someone somewhere gets in a fist fight in a bar, you know? Like there is like someone in like North Macedonia is watching my stream in a bar, playing me out loud as I play the Zizek video where the Balkans begins, and the audio reaches the ears of somebody else with strong opinions on the subject, and they get in a fist fight. This happens. It's very dangerous. You have to be careful, okay? Oh, nice. Somebody in chat earlier said, and I had to look it up, Ireland's Eurovision Song Contest entrant Bambi Thug, Jesus, exuded trans pride in their onstage outfit as they managed to secure a spot in the final. Nice. That's a trans flag right there. Yeah, hard to argue that one. It's such a cool song. You're not going to make me care about Eurovision, but I'm glad. Jesus Christ. Why are you so scary looking? You look scary. You know what this reminds me a little bit of? This reminds me a little bit of that haunting stare. Am I thinking of Die Antwoord? What was is it South African and there's a white girl and she's tiny and like very scary looking? Am I thinking of Die Antwoord? I'm getting that like horrific stare vibe. A little bit, you know, like that deeply disquieting, yeah. Fuck the Antwoord, now they suck ass. Well, I don't have any opinions on their music. I think I heard one song of theirs and I thought it sounded cool. It's probably the song they're most famous for because I don't really know much about music, but yeah. Yolandi is not that creepy. I'm just saying in this picture, okay? Don't worry about it. Aren't they transphobic? I don't know. Chat. The Antwoord were trafficking people? Oh, chat, stop. It was just the creepy look. I don't know. I'm not getting into it. Oh my God. Finland's number has a hairy naked dude on stage for most of their number. Well, that's good. You're coming to Europe, you have to get into it. Yeah, what is Berman's first chat of the stream? That sure is a European. Yep, that is true. That is correct. They all look like that. They all look fucking scary. If only. Spain has 2 dudes in high heels and an older MILF singing. Good, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. This is the entrant. Wow, that sure is Spanish looking. That I just clicked on a random timestamp in the video and like, yeah, I could have clocked that as Spain from 100 meters, you know? That's yep. Well, I'm glad for them. They're butt naked later. Yeah, I'll stop the clicking here, I guess. I'm glad for them. The King of Spain spoke out against Israel today. Isn't the King of Spain relatively based as kings go? All I know is that Die Workwear loves him because he dresses pretty well. King of Spain warns violence in Gaza has escalated to an unimaginable level. He said, "This did not begin on October 7th, but it was when the terrific escalation of violence began with the devastating destruction and humanitarian crisis in Gaza." Oh, that's pretty based. Huh. The hat in the background is wacky. Yeah, why is this hat, like, pointed the wrong way? He's just a liberal. You don't have to give it to him with kings. Okay, a king being a liberal and apparently an anti-Zionist liberal is significantly better than what I would normally expect for a monarch, you know? Anyway, yeah, this hat seems to be pointed the wrong way. Yeah, we are monarchists selectively, actually. Let's see. Germany, public support for Israel. Is there, like, polling on this? Huh. We know the German government will light your house on fire if you say anything critical of, Israel. This polling was done before the latest Israel, before October 7th. 17% of Germans sympathize more with the Israeli side, and 15% more with the Palestinian side. 26% sympathize with both sides. That's the Kim K. Equally, well, nearly half were unsure, 43%. Now, what about, let me see. And then after October 7th, vastly more Germans felt that Hamas was responsible. But this is for right after October 7th. What about now? It wouldn't surprise me at all if that was the case, like, literally on October 20th or whatever. I'm trying to see if I can find some polling that's more recent, because, again, like, I want to see, like, the government-public divide here. YouGov is an AFD sympathizer source? I can't find any more recent polling. Oh, here we go. From January 16th, so 5 months ago, majority of Germans think Israel's Gaza behavior is unjustified. Only 25% of Germans voice support for Israel's ongoing military offensive. Huh. Man, so even in Germany, it's just the government. It's like the government is like split between fucking liberals who are performing guilt for World War II supporting Israel and Nazis who are like biding their time quietly supporting Israel, you know? But the public is not. Man, democracy sure does work, huh? Araxiel, I can't read that link. 1 in 3 Germans say Israel treating Palestinians like Nazis did Jews. 1 in 3? Holy shit. God damn. Oh, this was from... Wait, this was from before October 7th. This was from 2022. That's how anti-Israel the Germans were. Fucking before the modern genocide, you know, and back when it was more of a kind of simmering genocide, you know. They were, yeah. Huh. Lamau, that's not at all how it looks when you look at German media. Yeah, there's a huge divide between what the public wants and what the media and the government wants. On my knees begging you to look at this. Ben-Gvir calling Biden Hamas. Yeah, I saw this. Hamas heart Biden from Ben-Gvir. I love this guy, man. I love everything Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and all those lunatics do to make themselves completely alienating and unlikable. Like, you know, please continue. I beg of you. This is all I want from you. Be hateable. Okay, I'm going to have to make an executive decision on this one. Hold on. This has been a long time coming. I'm getting bad vibes from Canaanite. Who only started really chatting this month. And you've been pretty edgy, man. You're very interested. You're called Canaanite, for one. You're very interested in Israel and everything going on. It's because of my Star of David, soy. They're blocking me because I'm a Jew, soy. Like, I agree. I remember what this is in the context of, but still, you know? Jewish state, sus. Move on, please. No, he doesn't say shit. I watched the video. Doesn't say shit. I watched the video. What is that in reference to? Asmongold, it must be. Hitlerite. Just soy whites having a small dick syndrome moment. Middle-aged white dudes and Jews. I feel like you're dancing on the edge of being sussy, but like, I don't know. Hey, I joined a little bit late, but Lauren Southern's husband is Southeast Asian. She has a mixed kid, but constantly talks about it, and then you repeat that. What are your thoughts on this video? What is this video? Hold on.
Now that we're seeing just how much AIPAC and Israel controls here in America.
Okay. Take a look at this, please, and it's the same video. And then you link the video 2 more times. Vosh, why do you think we learn about the Holocaust in school? That's an odd one. That's an odd one. The kibbutz Sag. Only Jewish state soy, but Jew spelled with O's, something I've only seen from Nazis. To exist as a Jewish state soy smooth. Like, again, exclusive. Oh, more videos on the... Okay, you wanted me to see the video so much you linked it 7 times, or maybe 6 times?
Now that we're seeing just how much AIPAC and Israel controls here in America, I really think that someone should follow the paper trail because it feels intentional that, at least for me in middle and high school, we pretty much only learned about the Holocaust in terms of genocides. We didn't talk about the Bosnian genocide, Congo, Sudan, any of that. And I remember that because I specifically had to request to do a project on the Congo instead of the Holocaust because everybody in the class was doing the Holocaust. And like, it was a big thing, but I ended up being able to do that. But that feels intentional. And it feels almost like it was a way to, at a young age, start to have Americans develop this parasocial relationship with Israel. because every single year talking about the Holocaust was a huge focus of our education. And I'm not saying that is wrong or bad. Like, I definitely think we should have learned about that. But why didn't we learn about any of the other genocides? Why did we only learn about the Holocaust? Or at least in my experience.
So I would say this is a pretty sussy video as well. Why was that worth posting 6 times? The reason the Holocaust is taught is because it's the most documented genocide in history. It's one that we ended with the last justified war that we really engaged in. It was a really big one, like a really, really big one. And in terms of like stuff to learn about it, it's probably one of the most applicable to modern, like the average modern, like American hit, like it fits heavily into the curriculum that we already learn in American history classes. You know, like you already learn about World War II for sure, right? Like it fits in. You kind of have to talk about it, really. I agree more genocide should be talked about in history class, and that we have way too much of a like Western centric understanding of genocide, you know, like of what we talk about and to what extent we talk about it. But yeah, posting that 6 times. All this in your name is, of all major religions, Judaism is the most disgusting. Have you not seen the Old Testament? It's literally the most barbarous book. Really? And then you say, yo, what the fuck, Andrew Tate just named the Jews. I have never in my life seen anyone say named the Jews unless they were a Nazi who was excited about another Nazi being anti-Semitic. Like, a normal person would say, yo, Andrew Tate just, like, blamed the Jews or said something anti-Semitic. You're very clearly steeped in 4chan culture. You know, it seems like you don't know. Like, you're not even expressing negativity about it, really. You just seem excited. Fuck Israel. Please, eater. Fuck you, Vosh. Germany is nowhere near as bad as some U.S. states like Texas. Whoa! Oh, you chatted just a little bit in January of 2024, where you link a Destiny tweet, the most Hitlerite thing of all. Well, yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry I got to do this to you, you know? Mods, permanently ban this guy forever. Mods, seize this man's fiefdom. Torsion his testicular. Goodbye, Canaanite. May you return less brain rotted than you are now. I still genuinely have no idea if you're actually an anti-Semite. But you know, what man is given the ability to know what goes on in the mind of another man, you know? All right. Sorry to make a whole thing of that. It's been on my mind for a little while. So I just, you know, I just had to act on that. It was a teachable moment. A little teachable. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if they're actually a Nazi or just like super edgy or whatever. It's also possible that they're not. They're just like anti-Zionist and very steeped in 4chan language and culture. But, you know, there's only so much cultural osmosis that you can get from environments like that without it kind of breaking your brain a little bit. Dana, I was going to do that earlier too. Oh, you mean like just a second ago? Yeah. And Canaanites were enemies of Israel in the Bible. Yeah, it's just a very committed bit. I'm not leaving yet, Anonymous. They def have to at least email and defend themselves. No, I get big enough emails. Please. Please. Let me live. It's crazy Vosh sees and remembers names and messages. Magic brain, many wrinkles. You get used to it if you've been streaming for long enough. I don't remember everyone, of course, but if someone like, you know, you can remember names well enough past a point. Yeah, liquid nitrogen. Most people don't eat meat that often. There are just some people who eat a fuck ton of it, and then they die early from heart disease. So I guess that fixes itself. I'm sure you remember me. All the people who just said, "Do you remember me?" I do remember. Trip, Pizzlebub, Rainbow, Melopsy. Yeah. Wait. Now you're all just looking for fucking validation. Get out of here. No. I looked the first 4. I'm not doing this with all you. There's like fucking 6,000 people watching. You can't do that as a streamer. You can't. You parasocial fucks are gonna leave me emails. God. I want to be forgotten, please. Yeah, okay. All right. What if we talked about the news? If such a thing is even possible. I really don't have any interest in covering the Stormy Daniels trial with Trump. I know it's like the first time, you know, held in criminal contempt, criminal case for a president. I know. I just Elden Ring is pay to win now? What? 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 Oh my God. From Google's new experimental AI that pops up when you Google questions. How much for light roll Elden Ring? According to GameFAQs, a light roll in Elden Ring can cost $308.93 new or $329.99 used at Best Buy. The future of gaming. This is why you have to invest in a tank build. You know, you want the icon shield and you want like lots of healing. Because those rolls add up. Real expensive. Yeah, more expensive used because it's been tested. I love Google. Google is so useful. Oh, thank you for the dono. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely going over donos today. Okay. How about some good news? What if we did good news? Is that legal? Are we legally allowed to talk about good things? Are we? Well, let's find out. Deaf girl is cured in world first gene therapy trial. Awesome.
Is to any it's enough.
Here, hold on. Let me simulate the experience of being this baby for you. Gene therapy.
A baby hears his mother's voice for the first time.
Just like that.
Hi, buddy. Oh.
Little Elijah Cook smiled when he heard his mum's voice after he was fitted with his very first pair of hearing aids, aged 9 weeks.
Well, hearing aids aren't new. Is this video unrelated to the title? Okay, I think this video is unrelated. This is just hearing aids, but the text of the article is going to talk about the gene therapy. I wish they didn't do that. It's kind of annoying. A British girl, had her hearing restored after becoming the first in the world to take part in a groundbreaking new gene therapy. I thought this didn't look like an 18-month-old. Yeah. But I didn't want to reveal my... I'm 30 years old and I don't have a kid. I didn't want to reveal my ignorance on the subject by going like, 18-year-olds don't look... Or sorry, 18-month-olds, 18-year-olds don't look like this. Opal Sandy, aged 18 months, was born completely deaf due to the condition auditory neuropathy, which is caused by the disruption of nerve impulses traveling from the inner ear to the brain. Now, thanks to a one-and-done gene therapy, being trialed in the UK and worldwide, Opal's hearing is almost normal and could even improve further. The little girl from Oxfordshire, who has a genetic form of auditory neuropathy, was treated at Addenbrooke's Hospital, which is part of Cambridge University Hospital NHS Foundation Trust. The ear surgeon told PA News Agency the results were, quote, better than I hoped or expected, and may point to a cure for patients with this type of deafness. Nice! That's really cool. Auditory neuropathy can be caused by a fault in the OTOF gene, which is responsible for making a protein called otoferlin. Otoferlin. Sorry, it's British, so I thought, turf, but no, otoferlin. Thank you. This enables cells in the ear to communicate with the hearing nerve. To overcome the faults, the new era gene therapy from biotech delivers a working copy of the gene to the ear. Insane! In Opal's case, she received an infusion containing the working gene in her right ear during surgery last September. Her parents, Joe and James, both 33, noticed improvements to her hearing within 4 weeks when Opal turned her head to loud clapping. When she first turned, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a fluke or like a change in light or something that had caught her eye, but I repeated it a few times. I picked my phone up and texted James and I said, I think it's working. I was absolutely gobsmacked. I thought it was a fluke. Some 24 weeks after surgery, tests in Cambridge showed Opal could hear soft sounds such as a whisper. They were at near normal hearing last time. That is really cool. I know about gene therapy to cure lactose intolerance. I wish I had that. This is the future, Sagar fears. Yeah. Long live Israel from a new account. Is that really the best you could do? Come on, you made an account for that? Makes new account. I like bad things. I hate babies. Like, Jesus. China has been working on targeting the same gene. This is really neat. So basically, we find the inner ear and we open the inner ear and infuse the treatment, in this particular case using a catheter over 16 minutes. We have to make a release hole in another part of the ear to let the treatment out because it has to go all the way through the ear. Yuck. And then we repair and close up, so it's actually a very similar approach to a cochlear implant, except we don't put an implant in. Huh. You know, we could fix so many problems with this. Like, man, just gene therapy can do so many cool things. This could mean cures for a whole host of genetic conditions. Yeah. Like, potentially, like a ton of them could be, Oh, right. Sorry. This is the NHS. We don't actually have any studies of the effectiveness of this procedure. So I'm afraid that we're going to have to, we're going to get another CAS review on this. Not enough studies to indicate its effectiveness. So yeah, we're not allowing it. We need at least, it could be that this little baby just had depression and that's why it wasn't responding to noise. That's how medicine works. Is this going to be one of those things that's really cheap and easy but won't get done? Actually, there is a pretty big push for gene therapy to get more research and development. One of the nice things about gene therapy is that in theory, in a lot of cases, it's pretty easy to do. Like the complexity is making sure you have the gene replication technology down pat. But once you can do that, and clearly we can, like they said, it was a 16-minute procedure, right? Just goop the ear and they got it, right? I mean, that's pretty cool. You know, that's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie, it worries me. For the moment, this is quite good. You know, some types of medical procedures are always going to be really, really difficult to do. Surgeries, for example, or anything that requires like long-term ongoing care. But theoretically, if the problem is just that your body has the right type of gene that doesn't do the thing properly, and you can just replace that, then you kind of fix it. Bro made a third account. He's so desperate. Yeah, so it probably was Canaanite who made the Long Live Israel. It's just like a mentally ill 14-year-old. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Well, hopefully there isn't too much discourse after the fact of people going like, this is actually genocide against the deaf community or whatever. I truly don't understand what people gain from that nonsense, lol. Well, considering that person is almost certainly an anti-Semite of some kind, or a Nazi, like, this is all they have. There's a reason why the Venn diagram of internet Nazis and, like, absolute hikikomori losers is pretty heavy. And it's because, like, in order to get roped in on that, like, it's a cult that self-affirms. The fact that that guy was using, like, weirdo brain poison 4chan rhetoric in my chat indicates, like, a social inability to understand how distant their language was. That wasn't the first time I'd been eyeing their account either, you know? So, like, it's like a person who's in so deep they don't realize how they're acting anymore. And it's sad, you know? I'm not saying that to be, like, condescending. It just genuinely is, and hopefully they change. Vosh has a keen eye for retards. Well, you know, takes one to know one. Oh yeah, on the other side of UK healthcare news, Google delists sites providing DIY hormone therapy at behest of UK government. Nice. Don't worry, guys. I believe in the free market. You guys will be getting your hormone shots from a dude with a trench coat in an alley. You'll find a way. Really, though, move to Ireland or whatever if you can, or anywhere else. I don't know. Please don't move to Ireland. We got no houses. Then build more houses, you stupid fuck. Jesus. Is Ireland a good place to live? I've heard good things and bad things. Their housing market's trash. They're basically like a feeding ground for corporations because of low tax rates for them. You know, there's a lot of stuff they could be doing better. I think there's a good spirit to the people there in a lot of ways, though it seems like there's also a very loud contingent of racists and like tradcath types, you know? I don't know. Oh, nice, Skynet. I might have to look at that later, though. That's pretty specific. Man, my lips are really chapped today. Putin watches Russian military parade featuring a solitary Soviet-era tank. That's kind of sad. The Victory Day, yes?
Военнослужащие почетного караула вносят на Красную площадь ордена мужества.
Soldiers who had fought in Ukraine marched in combat gear, tanks, armored vehicles, and air defense. Was that the one tank? This is the one tank?
Сегодня мы видим, как
Today we see attempts to distort the truth about World War II. It is inconvenient to those who are accustomed to building their essentially colonial policy on hypocrisy and lies. Wait, what? They demolish memorials to true fighters against Nazism. Oh, this is like a Ukraine Banderite thing. Okay. And Nazi accomplices on pedestals to cross out the memory of the heroism and ability of the liberated soldiers.
О той великой жертве, которую они принесли во имя жизни. Россия будет делать все, чтобы не допустить глобального столкновения. Но в то же время никому не позволим угрожать нам. Наши стратегические силы всегда в боевой готовности.
Huh. Is that seriously the only tank they had to drive around? That is actually, like, really pathetic. You know, normally a tank is what you want. Here, can I get, like, a picture of an old Victory Day parade? Hold on. Russia Victory Day Parade 2021. Yeah, they had their newer tanks lined up there. Are these, what are they, the T-14s? Am I forgetting? What are they called? The newer ones, the ones they barely have any of. The T-14 Armada, yeah. Normally you want to do a big line of tanks because they're tanks. Tanks are like the coolest and most impressive land vehicle militaries use. They're tanks. And the only one they had for display here is that single World War II tank. Is that a T-34? Pardon me, I'm not as much of a tank autist as your average War Thunder addict. Just this is not a modern tank, like even a little bit. It is, it's a T-34, that's what they had? Jesus. Well, T-34-85, gotcha.
Сегодня мы видим, как правду о Второй мировой войне пытаются...
Weren't you playing War Thunder at some point? Yeah, but I didn't have autism over it, you know? I didn't play it for that long. You could tell the tanks are recently painted over too. Yeah, all of them were. Second day in a row as the country was, or sorry, second year in a row that the solitary symbolic tank was featured in the 9th of May military parade. Huh. Oryx, the open source intel defense analyst website, estimates the Russian army has lost at least 3,000 tanks in the last 2 years, including 2,000 destroyed, another 514 captured by Ukraine. I could be wrong on this, and I know that people have been saying this for a while, so I don't want to like overstate the case. But my understanding is that Russia might soon be running out of tanks. Unlike, say, artillery ammunition, which is pretty easy to make and ship over and reproduce, tanks are really complicated and expensive and can't really be reproduced to the same extent with the modern Russian economy. You can't, like, buy them off North Korea either. So it's very possible they might actually be running out. They won't run out, but they'll have shit tanks. Well, eventually the tanks that they'll be using won't be able to compete with modern armor. At the moment, they're just refurbishing existing hulls from long-term storage. Huh. They're actually running out of APCs like BMPs. They're running out of APCs? Huh. This is from a year ago. Yeah, I think I remember this exact article. They're already using T-55s as infantry support. Hmm. Pretty sure that's just modern tanks. They have a bunch of T-60s in the storage. Yeah, but a T-60... Again, I don't want to do the whole, like, military OPSEC thing. I don't know everything. But, like, past a certain point of time... First of all, old tanks may not have necessarily been maintained over the past, like, 60 years, you know? Like, the fact that they have them in storage doesn't necessarily mean they can be used at all. And secondly, a lot of older tanks are obsolete to the point where they can't... Like, a modern tank is very, very durable, right? but an older tank might be so weak that it can be easily felled even without like a javelin, you know? Like you might run back to a point where you have tanks that could be destroyed by like drones, for example, which if you're sending a tank out there that can be destroyed with a fucking drone, that shit, you're not doing anything. You're sending that one out there for fun, you know? Like, yeah. All tanks can be killed by drones. Yes, some drones have very big missiles. I mean, like the kinds of drones that Ukraine is using, like some of those suicide bomber drones, you know? Like the kinds of drones they're using, not like modern American drones that are like piloted from 1,000 miles away and have giant, you know, giant drones or giant missiles attached to them. Vosh, all tanks can be destroyed by their suicide drones. I'm pretty sure I've heard otherwise. I guess it depends on how direct the hit is. T-14s can be destroyed by drones. Russian tank explodes in ball of flames. Is that a T-14? Yeah, I don't think they're using a T-14 out here, guys. A T-14 being destroyed by a drone would be like colossal news. Like that'd be, yeah, that's not a T-14. One of the biggest failings of these old tanks is that you can't fit modern optics into them. Yeah, in modern tanks, like modern main battle tanks, you're inside of a fucking supercomputer, you know? Like there's like 50 cameras pointed from outside of them. You've got like the like hacker computer modules inside. You're like you can see radar, you can see sonar, you can see heat, you can see fucking fundamental particles. You're tracking quarks out there, you know? And a lot of older tanks is like what is their optical system? You like poke a guy's head up through the hatch on the top, you know? T-14s are overrated. Yeah, they also had like 5 of them. Woo! I don't think that could happen to an Abrams because of the reactive armor, but yeah, still. Man, drones are so fucking powerful. They're so low on APCs, they've used golf carts to charge Ukrainian positions. That sounds too good to be true. Russia's golf cart troops don't stand a chance. What? Okay, whatever. Well, my lack of knowledge on specific weapons aside, the broader point that I'm trying to make is that Russia is dangerously low on tanks. Russia has a solution to this. It's called the turtle tank. I think this will work. What? I believe in this. Yeah, this is some orc shit. Jesus. All right. Enough of this wacky bullshit. Wacky, wacky, wacky war. Russia can produce 100 main battle tanks each month. I don't think this is true at all. 100 main battle tanks? What, did they mean T-34s? I don't think that's true at all. Like, I think that's completely, like, 100% fake. Do you have any idea how expensive and difficult a main battle tank is? Do the they're including refurbishing. Okay, not producing. What they mean is that they're spit polishing. Yeah, like T fucking 72s or whatever that they have in somewhere in like Siberia. There's a warehouse where they're getting like 4 dudes to hand pull it with chains while it's in neutral to pull it over to like a place where they'll all use toothbrushes to clean it or something. Yeah, pouring Coca-Cola on the batteries, unsiphoning the fuel. Not even T-72s, T-64s and shit. Yeah. Who's reporting this? Ukraine Inform, founded in 1918. You don't say. Recovery of Ukraine. Demining Ukraine. 47% of farmland in liberated Kherson region cleared. Enemy destroys or damages more than 250,000 houses in Ukraine. Enemy? After Russian aggression is expected to cost $500 billion? This is pro-Ukraine? So by liberated Kherson, they mean liberated from the liberated. Okay. It's a pro-Ukraine site, it's fine. This reeks of propaganda. It's so propagandistic I had trouble telling. It's a shitty copy from ISW if I saw correctly. Oh, I didn't look. Very, very fact checks. Very odd. Huh. Well, either way, yeah, they can't produce 100 main battle tanks a month. That'd be insane. Fucking America couldn't produce 100 main battle tanks per month. That'd be crazy. Apparently, Russia's use of old tanks in Ukraine has to do with using it as makeshift artillery. They have an abundance of shells, but not enough guns, so they're using tanks. That makes sense, yeah. They use the same shell for some of the old tanks, right? And like you could use a tank as artillery if you don't care about hitting shit, which they don't. Reactivating some of its thousands of old T-54B tanks. Okay, if we're going back to T-54s, we're essentially entering an era where you could destroy it with like we're not even talking javelins here. Like, toss a fucking grenade. You know, I don't know. Bring a big gun. Fucking anti-materiel rifle. Jesus. Yeah, you rather than needing a javelin, you could just use a normal javelin, like a regular one. Well, if they're just using it for artillery, then it's not really seeing active, yeah, there we go. A modern Russian war machine. You're not hitting shit with this, man. All right, well. Tank guns aren't made to do that, and the guns get worn out very quickly. Yeah, but again, they're not even like they're not reliably hitting anything anyway. So like, fucking, who cares, right? The barrel gets worn out; it just fires inaccurately for a while. Whatever, who cares? A lot of brain drain as well. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Perona's good channel about UA-Russian conflict. Gotcha. The crazy thing is if the USA was at this point using Pattons or Pershing tanks. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, the M48 Patton would be our rough like time equivalent, right? M48 Patton. This would be like the equivalent of us using this in a modern conflict. I don't know, man. The M48 is a handsome ass tank, is the thing. Is the problem with this, you know? I have always been a fan of the American line of main battle tanks. I have always thought we just had a good head on our shoulders for how they're designed, you know? Nah? Nazis. Nazis in chat. Ukraine did it again with a remote control kamikaze plane. Just today? Another oil refinery? Didn't we tell Ukraine to knock this off? I hope they don't.
Тихо, над нами прям. Смотрю, снимаю. Бля, он здоровый, бля. Он заходит к нам.
It's so slow. Yeah, the Ukrainian drone program right now seems to be finding like crop dusters in the barns of farmers and strapping high explosives to them. Shoot at it with small arms, dude. Come on, take a shot at it, man. The air defense isn't here. You know, come on, it's fucking. You've got a pistol, probably, maybe. Come on, take a shot. Pussy. Do we not have a video of the explosion? Pretty sure that's a civvy. Oh. Okay, so this is like all the civilian footage. I want to see it blow up. Come on.
Комбинат уебали.
Вот, говорили же на 9-й праздник.
Дрон летел, блядь.
Ага.
А вон он летит.
О.
Потом мне перекинь. Поехали быстрее, потом сфоткаешь.
9/11?
Поехали быстрее, пизду разворачивается.
I don't think we're gonna get to see the 9/11, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oil refinery in Bashkortostan was attacked by drones covered a distance 1,500 kilometers. One of the largest oil refining and petrochemical production complexes in Russia received a painful blow deep in the Russian rear. That plane made it that far? Are you fucking kidding me? That's pretty significant, Subs and Soda. 80 to 90% is not nothing. So much for the Russian Air Force. Yeah, it is actually embarrassing. I think the whole point of these drones is that they're supposed to fly low enough that you can't get them, you can't track them with like conventional radar. You need more advanced systems to be able to track something moving that low to the ground. But this would have been like a 12-hour trip or maybe more. I don't know. You know, like this would have taken a while. Like you load the explosives up on them, you give them a slap on the bum, and then they just putter over, and like 3 days later you hear from the news that it hit. You know, okay, like whatever, man. That rules. If I recall correctly, all of Russia's AA defenses on the border, once it clears that line, is basically open season. Well, yeah, to be fair, could you imagine having evenly spaced anti-air defense across the breadth of Russia. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, man, if something suddenly appeared over the American heartland, it would probably take a while in most cases for the Air Force to get to it. Over fucking Russia? Like the balloon Lamau? Yeah. All right, Jesus, Skynet. Okay. We only have time for one more thing. And then I'm out on vacation. Then I gotta go. Out of country equals big news soon, huh? Yeah, hopefully not. Let me take a piss real quick, then we'll do the last one. Are you vacationing alone? No. Your mom's coming with. Come on. Oh. All right. Okay. Yeah, I saw this. We're getting kind of the So after we know, so as we know, after Biden offered like 80 million concessions to Netanyahu at basically every level of the ongoing genocide in Gaza, you know, Biden finally said something that vaguely, kind of, sort of approximated a warning. You know, just a little bit. He said that a major military operation in Rafah, the southern region of the Gaza Strip, where 1.5 million Palestinians have been crowded into, and which just the other day Israel took the crossing into, if Israel did a major military operation there, America would stop sending weapons. Look at how sincere he looks, like a dying emoji when he says it.
I want to ask you about something happening as we sit here and speak, and that, of course, is Israel is striking Rafah. I know that you have paused, Mr. President, shipments of 2,000-pound U.S. bombs to Israel due to concern that they could be used in any offensive on Rafah. Have those bombs, those powerful 2,000-pound bombs, been used to kill civilians in Gaza?
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways.
This was major news, by the way, Biden saying it. We're at such a level of cuckoldry where the obvious, objective, inarguable, apolitical fact that Israel has used our weapons to kill civilians, like, we're at a level where that is a significant acknowledgement. You know, it took 7 months.
They go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure Israel is secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to
4
attacks
more
like
years.
came out of the Middle East recently. But it's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used that have been used.
Artillery shells as well.
Yeah, artillery shells.
So we found a point here. The reason we've arrived now at this point is because Biden and Biden's administration are both aware of the fact that a major military incursion into Rafah by Israel would lead to an unprecedented bloodbath. I mean, like it would soak the Gaza Strip in red. You know, so many people are compressed in such a small area that a single shot from a single the IDF are monsters and have absolutely no qualms about like indiscriminate use of their weaponry. We know they have no discipline. They upload videos gleefully of them committing war crimes. They do not give a shit. So like, yeah, a single like JDAM or a single errant tank shot could literally like mulch crowds of people. And the Biden administration has apparently now finally found a line at which point they can say, we don't want to be responsible for this. We don't want to be held on the hook for this. The pictures and videos of what would happen in Rafah, of what Rafah would look like, would be like indescribably bad, you know? Like unbelievably bad. Let me see if I can I can find a good comparison here, okay? You know how big Disneyland is? Sorry, Disney World. Now maybe we should use Disneyland. Hold on. One second. Acres to square miles. We're going to use this for comparison, okay? 0.0015. Okay. So 500 acres to square miles, 0.7. Okay. So now bustling Anaheim. There we go. Disney bought a much smaller parks for that. Walt Disney World is much larger than its older sibling. The park has grown, now covers 47 square miles. Okay? 47 square miles. That's Disney World. Rafah is half that. So Rafah, in which there are 1.5 million Palestinians, is in an area 1/2 the size of Disney World. So it's 1/2 of Disney World. Okay? So that's we've done the math. It's 0.5 Disney Worlds. So if you could, yeah, comprehend that those like proportions. Yes, and like Disney World, mostly full of children. Exactly, Scheherazade, and thank you very much. Disney World admittedly is quite big. You know, we're talking about the overall land size, not just the park itself, but yes, that includes Epcot. Yes, that includes Epcot. Okay, look, let's not focus too much. Okay, you can Google size, you know, relative sizes as much as you want. Okay, and a park in Disney World usually only gets around 40,000 people a day. Yeah, how many football fields is that? Football field size, 120 yards. 1.3 acres. So what? Okay. Football fields in square miles. How many squares? Okay, about 500 football fields in a square mile. Okay, so about 5,000, about 20,000 football fields altogether, lined up next to each other is Rafah, which sounds like a lot, but it's 1.5 million people. Okay, so has anyone been? Okay, who here's been to SeaWorld? No, we're not doing this anymore. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. Okay. Okay, unironically, The most direct comparison for me is that Seattle has approximately 1 million people and is about 3 times the size, a little more than 3 times the size. So if you think of Seattle, a major, like, a major city, the city, not the overall metropolitan area, the city of Seattle, we're talking 50% more people in a third the space of Seattle, like, comparatively, you know? That's my comparison, okay? So yeah, so the whole point here, the reason why Biden and his administration are backing off at this point is because they're aware of the fact that it would be an ungodly bloodbath, you know? And keep in mind, Seattle has, like, high rises, you know? Like, we're just talking tents. Let's continue.
Just to understand what they're doing right now in Rafah, is that not going into Rafah as you define it yet?
They haven't gone into the population centers. What they did is right on the border.
That is technically true, but I still think it counts as going into Rafah if you take the entry to it.
It's causing problems with right now in terms of with Egypt, which I've worked very hard to make sure we have a relationship and help. But I've made it clear to Bibi and the War Cabinet, they're not going to get our support if, in fact, they go in these population centers.
It seems like there may be some sort of wiggle room here, because the administration, the Biden administration, has for a long time now been urging restraint from Israel in any action in Rafah and elsewhere, and trying to sort of move them more to, sort of more targeted special forces type operations to try to root out or kill members of Hamas, or obviously search for hostages. Israel has called their operation in Rafah, strategic strikes.
I'm sure they have. So yeah, we're really kind of up against, like, this is a hammer and anvil situation, you know. In response to Biden issuing this, in response to this statement, Israel lost their minds. Netanyahu says that they are willing to fight with their fingernails. A prominent member of the Likud said that if we won't give them smart bombs, they will use dumb bombs and blow up more houses. They literally said in a speech, like, if you don't give us weapons, we will commit war crimes. It was so bad that the U.S. State Department official actually condemned the statement to the press. So if you can imagine how bad a statement from a member of the Israeli government has to be for a member of our State Department to condemn it openly and directly, like, yeah. You said deplorable. Like, that's very bad, like insanely bad. Yeah, Israel says they'll fight with their fingernails because, again, keep in mind, the Israeli officials, their government, they just want death. They want genocide. They're monsters. They're demons. This is what fascism does. Fascism loses in the long run because the psychosis of fascism demands from you more than you can give. It burns itself out, and that's what it's doing. Israel is not only being so psychotic that it's threatening U.S.-Israel relations, they're threatening Egyptian relations as well. Egypt has threatened to destroy a key Israel-Egypt peace treaty. Camp David Accords. You've probably heard the name. If Israel goes ahead with an invasion of Rafah. Israel is bringing the entire Middle East to the brink because they want death that much. It's like, there's no other way to put it, really. It's insane. It's completely psychotic. I don't think anything can stop Israel at this point except military intervention. Like, they are reaching a level of psychosis that can't be stopped with diplomacy. And now we are responsible for this. We enabled this. We cultivated this. The Biden administration has aided and abetted the development of this psychosis, providing cover from them, providing them weapons, like providing them like UN protection. We have helped bring them to this point. We have cultivated in them the animalistic fervor which they are now currently acting with. You know? Threatening the revocation of the Camp David Accords is pretty fucking psychotic. Jesus Christ. This wasn't just from Egyptian officials. A Western diplomat also. Yeah, I saw this report where they were trying to sort of like cool tensions. But Egypt is not happy about this, and understandably so, you know? What are the Camp David Accords? They are a foundational peace treaty that were a product of like the last really big time that we told Israel, please stop making the entire Middle East less stable. Kind of. I'm oversimplifying. I'm oversimplifying massively. I thought Egypt didn't care about Palestinians. Why would they threaten this? Egypt doesn't like Palestinians that much. They really don't like Israel. Egypt doesn't like Israel that much. Egypt is a military dictatorship and an ally of the United States. We want them to be an ally because of the Suez Canal and for a bunch of other reasons. But, like, keep in mind the Egyptian population is full of Muslims who just for a wide variety of religious and ethnic reasons don't have strong... Do not strongly care for Israel, you know, not to mention the war, the fact that like Israel took the Levant and had to cede it, you know, the territory that was given back. Does chat realize there are less than 20 Jews in Egypt? I didn't know that. God damn. The hostages' families have been mobbed and assaulted. Israeli police officers beating up the families of Israeli hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Yeah, never let them gaslight you into thinking it's about the hostages. The families of the hostages have been some of the most militantly outspoken anti-Netanyahu people out there. Israel is currently throwing away a hostage deal because they want to kill Palestinians. There's really, like, little else to be said about it, you know? In response to Biden saying, do not do an invasion of Rafah, Netanyahu says, if we must stand alone, we shall stand alone. The entitled fucks. Gee, like, seriously, fuck. We give them everything. Everything. And they're like, you know, no one's ever been on our side. If we must, we shall fight with our fingernails, he said in a video statement, but we have much more than our fingernails, and with that strength of spirit, with God's help, together we shall be victorious. I turn to Israel's enemies as well to our best of friends and say, the state of Israel cannot be subdued, Gallant said in a speech. We will stand strong, we will achieve our goals, we will hit Hamas, we will hit Hezbollah, in case you thought this was going to end with the Gaza Strip. They want a greater Israel, guys, and we will achieve security. Can we just coup the fucker at this point? If Biden's administration was half as based as it ought to be, yeah, that would have been how this ended. Like I said, it would have been a 24-hour media blackout, and then some new, like, broadcaster says that Netanyahu fell down the stairs, and regrettably, and has been placed into hospice care. You know, and a new guy is taking charge as interim leader. You know, if America could summon just a little bit of the gusto that it had back during the Cold War. The chief Israeli military spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, said in a briefing that the armed forces had sufficient munitions for Rafah and other operations that are planned. So military spokesperson saying not only, yeah, we already have what we need for the operation of Rafah, which is a confirmation that they intend to do a full operation, a full, like, invasion, you know, an entire bloodbath, but that they have other operations that are planned. There's nothing left in the Gaza Strip. Rafah is it. They're out of territory to invade. It's done. Israeli settler mobs under the supervision of the Israeli government are sabotaging roads leading to Gaza to block and prevent humanitarian aid convoys from reaching the Strip. The exact thing that we have talked about, I don't think this is the Rafah crossing, because that would imply that they're in Egypt right here. Unless this is? Hundreds of aid trucks. No, this is not. This is not the Rafah crossing. Hundreds of aid trucks accumulate near Eilat, as Israeli settlers block the roads leading to Gaza, demanding a complete blockade of the Strip. Least evil settler, yeah. these guys are being funded by the Israeli government. You know, they're effectively like agents of the Israeli government. Yeah, they're going to do the same thing with the crossing at Rafah, of course, because they want mass starvation. I've genuinely never seen something as evil as this since like the Nazis and the Japanese occupation of China. Yeah, and that's because this is out of time. Stuff like this wasn't that uncommon centuries ago. It wasn't even that uncommon up until before the Second World War. But for a modern nation, and Israel is modern in the sense of like telecommunications and like alliances, you know, for a modern nation to do stuff like this, we just don't anymore. Like this isn't really something we enable a lot of evil. America enables a lot of evil, don't get me wrong, but through proxies, indirectly. To do it this overtly, this directly, it's just out of time, you know? Normally, to see this kind of overt brutality, you need to see it in places in the world we don't really consider to be like modern or Western, you know? What goes on in Rwanda or the Congo or Syria. Not Syria. Well, yes, in Syria. You know, to an extent. It's like out of our purview. But Israel is very much within our purview. We fund it. Israel even was not quite this deranged until more recently. Yeah. Yes, protests in Tel Aviv right now. Not even a little bit surprising, you know. The Israeli population does have a significant number of people who oppose what's going on, or at least oppose Netanyahu. I don't know if you saw this, but that college professor from the video harassing the Muslim woman was fired. Really? No kidding. How anti-Semitic of them. Breaking. ASU President Michael Crow said Dr. Jonathan Yudelman is, quote, no longer permitted to be on campus and will never teach here again. Nice. Wow, that's pretty harsh language, too. Fucking based. Nice. I mean, it's like, this is like the fucking minimum amount, right? This is like the bare minimum, and I'm still surprised that it happens, you know? That a guy, like a thug, just openly harassing a Muslim woman, being being Islamophobic towards her, you know? Like he's doing the brown shirt bit, though it's his friend who is wearing the brown shirt. This guy right here is doing the brown shirt bit fully in terms of like ethnic intimidation. So I'm glad he got fired, you know? I'm like, that's great. Satellite view of Israel's new front in Gaza. Widespread damage, flattened structures, and clusters of Israeli tanks were seen in eastern Rafah after Israel's incursion. Oh, right. New York Times, you're not getting me today. Oh, okay. My particular method for bypassing the paywall does not seem to work with images that well. Well, you know, you live and you learn. You live, you laugh, you love, as I'm always saying. I don't understand what Israel's long-term plan is. It doesn't make sense. Fascism doesn't make sense. Sometimes that is literally the answer, you know? We can't make the assumption that everyone, even the most evil people around, are operating rationally, that they have some kind of like long-term plan for the goodness of their people. Sometimes people are just bloodthirsty animals. It's been known to happen. It's not like the Nazis operated rationally, you know? Like, if you actually like go back and look at history, the Nazis' psychosis was one of the main reasons they fell apart. Turning on the Soviets when they did, overextending with the Blitz, like invading Poland at the time they did, rather than consolidating other relations or acquisition. Like there were so many things. Think of Japan. Japan did Pearl Harbor, man. They were mad at us because we cut off fucking like oil to them, like gasoline to them, because we didn't want to fund or fuel their war effort. And they were like, oh, I know what we'll do. Will involve the United States of America, the gigantic country with a powerful domestic industrial base and multiple Pacific like naval stations. We'll fucking involve them, and we got involved. Like, you know. They called nukes Jew technology. Yeah. The Nazis thought that relativity was Jew physics. That sounds like a joke, but it's not. Literally. Meanwhile, Colombia is being bogged down by more lawsuits after the crackdown. Based. Keep doing it. Keep suing. Blanket them. The Nazis had a couple of physicists create Aryan physics. Deutsche Physik. Yes. Incredible. It was opposed to the work of Albert Einstein and other modern theoretically based physics, which was disparagingly labeled Jewish physics. The figureheads of Aryan physics met with moderate success, but the support from the Nazis was not as great as Leonard and Stark would have preferred. They began to fall from influence after a long period of harassment from quantum physicist Werner Heisenberg, which included getting him labeled a white Jew in Das Schwarze Korps. Heisenberg was an extremely eminent physicist, and the Nazis realized they were better off with him rather than without. However, quote, Jewish his theory might be in the eyes of Stark and Leonard. Unironically, the most rational thing the Nazis ever did, which was like their fist clenched and they were like, okay, I guess we can deal with slightly Jewish physics if it means winning the war. You know, with fucking Heisenberg on your team. Christ. Yes, Lily Creme. All right. If only the timeline had worked a little bit better, you know? We could have dropped the bombs on Germany and not on Japan. And this would have had the dual effect of getting the satisfaction of dropping the bombs on Germany, and Japan never would have invented anime. All right. About 63 million in alumni donations are going bye-bye. Nice. I don't know how much that'll meaningfully affect Colombia with the amount of money they have, but that's not nothing. The GOP are trying to make it illegal to hold aid. Yeah, yeah. They've been talking about this for a little while. Republicans have begun working on a bill that would deny President Biden the ability to prevent the transfer of military aid to Israel because of the war in Gaza. Please do remember that as bad as Biden has been, and he's been really bad, the Republicans are objectively worse on every front. In fact, considering the fact that the average European citizen seems critical of Israel, it's very possible that the American GOP might be the most aggressively Zionist group in the world outside of Israel. Like, it's actually possible they might be more Zionist on average than Israelis themselves, depending on where you draw the line. It's insane. From Donald Trump today, crooked Joe Biden, whether he knows it or not, just said he will withhold weapons from Israel as they fight to eradicate Hamas terrorists in Gaza. Hamas murdered thousands of innocent civilians, including babies, and are still holding Americans hostage. The hostages are still alive. Yet Crooked Joe is taking the side of the terrorists just like he is sided with the radical mobs taking over our college campuses because his donors are funding them. Biden is weak, corrupt, and leading the world straight into World War III. Remember, this war in Israel, just like the war in Ukraine, would never have started if I was in the White House. But very soon we will be back and once again demanding peace through strength, which fully this whole thing could have been delivered while holding your arm out in a Roman salute, you know. Yeah. So just remember that. The position from Biden and the Democrats might be monstrous, but the position from Republicans seems to be just like actively bathing in the blood of Palestinian children. So there's that. Oh, well, maybe not then, the mouse. Maybe not. All right. That's it. That's the end. I have to read donos, and then I have to go. I've got to go. I've got to go. I have to read donos, and then I've got to go. John Garrison, Ox Pecker, and Corvus Creep, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Geralta, Boring Trivia, Soveball, and Horizon, thank you likewise. That's fantastic. I really, really appreciate those. I'll be sure to check out the Sagrada Familia. I've already got my tickets, don't you worry. And Soveball, your miniatures are coming along wonderfully. Your little duders. We love our little duders, don't we, folks? Look at the little guy. Excellent little guys. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 10 Tier 1 subs. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, 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 very much. Not watching a TF2 SFM donation. Nice try. Sake Tanuki with the additional 5 Tier 1 subs. Play the video from 30 to 50 seconds. No. But I appreciate the donations. You know by now. I don't feel bad. You know by now. Thank you. Vibrant Peacoat, thank you for the $5. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Maybe I just don't like Reddit, Sake. Semi-Locon, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Charlotte's Ghost with the $5. My cat was put to sleep today. She was only 10, but her kidneys were fucked. I just wanted to share some pictures. She was so pretty. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, little Daniil didn't even make it to 1 before we had to put him down. You know, sometimes the kidneys are just fucked, you know? Sometimes the kidneys are broke. Still, I'm glad your cat had 10 good years of chillin' beforehand. Oh, they're doing a little blep. Blep. Good kitty. Wee. 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 Very good, baby. Good lap, baby. Horizon, thank you for the gifted Tier 1 sub. Kriller, thank you for the 2 Tier 1 subs. Happy birthday. Happy to stream for your birthday. I did it for you. Mean Former, thank you for the Tier 4 sub. Really, really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Sake, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 subs. Yes, exactly. Stress makes meat taste worse. That's the best argument for lab-grown meat. Kowalski from Nebraska and Shaky09, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. What do you think about pescatarians? Do you think they're morally superior to meat eaters too? I do think that we probably shouldn't kill fish if we can help it, but at the same time, generally speaking, I think that the fish industry is probably a lot less monstrous than the, like, chicken, and because you fish, right? Like, I'm not saying it's bad or whatever, but it's just kind of like you find a bunch of fish and then you get them through a net and then they die, which is probably different from like multiple years of nonstop torture and being injected full of drugs and then put to a slaughterhouse. And overfishing. Yeah, overfishing's an issue. I'm just, again, this is a comparative analysis, okay? I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying compared to slaughterhouses and factory farming, I feel, from my understanding, is that, never mind. Chat has heard me say it's good, actually, and that's what they're going to be responding to. Never mind. I take it all back. Whatever. Well, if it happens, I called it, Lubosh. Mean Former, thank you for the $10. Just imagine if they improved the tech instead of having a butcher area at your meat counter in the grocery store. You just have tech and save so much land. I mean, the amount of land that we use for like meat related stuff is insane. You know, it'd be pretty good for land development in general. Ifant with the $20. Mr. Vosh, when in Barcelona, check out El Vato Loco. It's the best vegan Nepali pizza, I swear. Love you, thanks. Oh, I'll try to remember to. Yeah, gonna be walking around a bunch, you know. Gotta get my bits in, you know. Thank you, really. Quoteth, thank you for the $5. Prepare for God Emperor Kennedy chat. RFK in his third term. Yeah. Brainworm supremacy. It's gonna be good, folks. You know. Power courses through you. Authority. Him when he's talking to his cabinet members, you know. Ban Annibal, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Don't mind me actively packing to fly to Sweden for Eurovision stuff. Don't look at me. Have a good time. And with the additional tier 2 sub, remember Hitler dude what nu? I recently learned it's not actually Dutch, it's Afrikaans. Dutch is fake German and Afrikaans is fake Dutch. So you're saying we're actually 2 like levels deep on the fake language. Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. Steel Radiance, thank you for the $5. If your trip overlaps with San Fermin, it's worth heading to Pamplona for the bull run. Nearly got skewered by a bull last year. Good times. I'll keep the offer in mind. We'll see. Demetrius99, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. I really appreciate that. My goodness. A fan from France. I watch your stream when I feel depressed. It often helps a little. Thank you. I have no idea how my stream helps you with your depression given the news lately, but I'm really happy that it does. You know? I hope you're doing well. Seriously. My fucking glasses keep sliding down because my I slept over at a chick's place recently and accidentally sat on my glasses, which I had left on her bed. And now they're a little bit crooked. So it wasn't worth it. It was worth it. Not a pseudonym. Thank you for the $5. No promises for an airport stream. Rini Uwu with the $5. Have fun in Spain. I'm in Milan for my, do you mean Milan? For the second week of Italy, and I met a new friend in Rome. Nice. Gonna miss you, random twink on Grindr. Thanks for the fun moment, even though we didn't get time to hang out. Let's meet somewhere one day. And you two are crossing joints. That's very cute. Are those are joints, right? Are those joints? Are those cigars? I don't know. I'm not in on your weed culture. Milopsi, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Kabazai, thank you for the $5. Hey, I just got top surgery. Been watching your streams during the healing process. Congratulations! It really helped kill the boredom. Thanks a lot. Well, unfortunately for you, I'm about to go on a bit of a break, so I don't think I can help through that, but I am happy that I was able to help for the time that I was. Good luck with recovery, you know? Take it easy. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. The life of a leftist streamer is truly the hardest life. True! We have to retire the old pictures of me, okay? I didn't get hot for nothing, all right? We need to make meme images that are new, okay? I put in the goddamn work, okay? We need to rebrand. It's time. Antifa Private 161, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Best of luck to Vosh restarting the CNT FIA or FAI, or to have fun on his normal vacation that'll probably end the world with his current vacation track record. There is a very real possibility that the full invasion of Rafah will happen when I'm not around to cover it. So I am sorry about that. Soul Yeti, thank you for the $15. Hey, chat, little bit of hopium. Researchers made electricity from CO2 directly. What? Your link is taking a while to load. UQ turns CO2 into sustainable power. What? This nano generator is made from 2 components, a polyamine gel that is already used by industry to absorb CO2, and a skeleton a few atoms thick of boron nitrate that generates positive and negative ions. We worked out how to make the positive ions larger than the negative ions because the different sizes move at different speeds. They generate a different current which can be amplified to electricity, power light bulbs, or any. Huh. The two components were embedded in a hydrogel, which is 90% water, cut into 4 centimeter discs and small electrical signals. When we saw electrical signals coming out, I was very excited but worried I'd made a mistake. I double-checked everything. It was working correctly, so I started dreaming about changing the world with this technology. Oh, that's nice. This technology goes further than being carbon neutral. It consumes CO2 as it generates energy. Huh. Polyamine gels. What are the byproducts? Well, it's consuming CO2, so presumably it would just be carbon and oxygen, right? If it's using the differently sized ions to, like if you're... Huh. I don't know. I don't know if that's ever going to be scalable to a point that it could be used in any meaningful way, but it's pretty cool, you know? It's every time you see one of these like really weird things that get scientists excited, there's a small but real possibility that it like completely changes the world, you know? So it's like a tree that generates electricity, you know? Let's give it like a 0.1% chance that goes somewhere. It's still nice. You're gonna have a full day of sitting on airplanes. Man, I wish I had a Steam Deck. I wish I could play like Balatro. I would love to play Balatro during the flight. I don't have a Steam Deck. Should I go and get a Steam Deck really quick before I go on the flight? Could I buy one at the airport? Switch? Is Balatro on the Switch? Oh, well, wait. If it's on the Switch, though, it wouldn't be on the same account. If it's on a Steam Deck, then I could use the same account that I have on Steam. But if I have it on the Switch, then it's like, oh, I have to like start all over again, which is really annoying. Steam Deck isn't at retail? Really? That's weird. Why not? Sure, Connor. For Balatro, a laptop could work too. It's not like the inputs are hard. I don't have a laptop at the moment. You'd rather buy a whole new console than start over? Well, what do you think I value more, my money or my time? I could get it on the Switch. Is it even possible to charge the Switch if you're on a plane? Can you? Yes. Can't it only charge through the dock? Can you charge a Switch without a dock? How is that text green? Yes, it's just a USB-C cable? Oh, I thought I heard you had to... Oh, okay. Do I have a USB-C cable? That's what powers the dock, so yes? Okay. Toxinum, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy Spain. Here's one of my more beardy tricks for the road. This was my Dio back in 2016. Ah, excellent. I love the tiny fedora. Meh. What a dapper gentleman. Oh, hold on. I can hear Artemy wanting out. Artemy. Kowalski with the $5. Do you think lab-grown meat could have the added benefit of making artificial human organs more plausible? Seems like overlapping tech. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think it's basically not the same, but it's like very overlapping tech, right? If you're learning how to generate like animal meat for consumption, you have to be learning something about how you could generate like a human kidney, right? You have to. Yeah, that could be good. I mean, we have been. Yeah, we're working on it. Like, it's not science fiction. It's real. Nibor with the $5. Vosh, I recommend for your future trips to Europe to visit Mostar in Bosnia. Very beautiful city and nice people there. I'm feeling like a come to Brazil moment right here, you know? There are so many parts in the world that I would love to travel to. The problem is that I really hate travel. I hate being on planes. You know, so I have to limit my travel. Also, I have like a job and stuff, you know? Look, I take enough time off as it is while I'm here. I can't vacation too often. Yes, Carlos G. Are you doing yesterday's donos too? Yes, and I've done almost all of the site donos. I have to do the super chats as well. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. There's a sorting algorithm called Stalin sort where every piece of data that is out of order is removed. Cute. I like that. Very good. Very practical. Can't wait for the next big world event to happen while you're away. Guys, the ground invasion of Rafah is almost certainly going to I'm gone for a week. It's almost certainly going to happen while I'm away. I'll try to, if I can, I'll try to record like a phone video if big shit happens, but like, you know, I'm going to Europe. Like it's not a 2-day trip, right? How the fuck is that Lauren Southern video doing so well? Christ. Okay. Trops11, thank you for the $20. You should play Shipwreck 64 on stream if you can. It's really good. I'll give it a look. I don't know much about it. Has anyone played that tiny little game where you play as a Kiwi? It's like Kiwi 64 or something like that. It's just like a little micro platformer that's done in the style of the Nintendo 64 games. And I quite liked it. Is it Kiwi game? I liked it a lot. I thought that was quite nice. There was also a game where you play a little dude who can like fire himself in a direction, and that was the main way of moving. And it wasn't really like retro, but it had that very like indie cynicism to it. You have a boss who like you have to open a door, but you don't have a hand to open it with or something. I don't know. Lincoln Park Connoisseur, thank you for the $5. Voosh, a cis friend of mine, told me I looked like Daisy Taylor, and I'm super happy about it. Nice. Audrey, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Interesting. Sparks, thanks the 5. Vosh, King Dog of Albania, survived 55 assassination attempts, had 600 blood feuds, and smoked 200 cigarettes a day. Based? Men used to be men. Ayab Matan, thank you for the $2. King Jong-un isn't half. Look up his sister, Demon Lol. I'll look up later. Nathaniel Jones, thanks the $5. As someone that SSRIs work for, I've heard all the same shit. The blame suicide attempts on that, not my dad saying your life will be like prison. SSRIs are often quite bad. They can work, but they need to be used very responsibly. You know, they are not a one-size-fits-all solution. Mika Gelfand with the $20 says, Dinero para su valle? Yes, unless that was racist, in which case, no. Thank you. Lincoln Park Connoisseur and Atheist Jewish Messiah, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Wouldn't worry too much, Lincoln Park Connoisseur. Common Science, thank you for the $2. Justin Nelson, thank you for the $5. Do you think you could eat raw meat safely if it's lab grown? Yes, you should be able to. Raw meat, money for your trip. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, raw meat, lab grown, assuming nothing goes wrong, should be completely safe to eat, you know? I wonder what kinds of shit people are going to make with raw chicken, you know? Because raw beef in steak tartare can be pretty good. And, you know, the center of a steak is pretty much raw, kind of, you know, it's in some cases. I wonder what shit people would make with like raw chicken. Chicken sushi? Yeah. Dallin Smith, thank you for the $5. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Okay, that cobalt example was way too on point. It almost made me reflect on my behavior. Actually, though, you're right. I guess that means I'm being chicken. And then with the additional $20, Vosh sends me to YouTube chat so I can learn to sympathize with animals. True. Earlier, I gave Benjamin a 1-day mute because he was doing the like, haha, I'm going to eat meat anyway thing. So it's, yeah. That was good. Benjamin, you have a character arc every stream. I really appreciate that about you, you know? You're very invasive in some ways, but you have a character arc every stream that most chatters don't aspire to be main character of chat as often as you. The main character of chat today was definitely Canaanite, right? That was definitely the, you know. I hate him, I don't care, Nodders. Jeff Herrera, 1, thank you for the $5. I will enjoy my trip. Thank you very much. John, thank you for the $5. I'm very happy to hear the protests in Rhode Island are going well, but I can't look into them right now. Still alive in Marinette, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. I don't watch Laserpig's videos, but I would like to. I've heard they're good. I just haven't myself. Does Russia have anything that can counter an F-16? Any jets or air power whatsoever? I could be wrong, but my understanding is that an F-16 is so advanced relative to Russian air power that it would be very unfair for the Russian jets. Like, it wouldn't be impossible for them to shoot down an F-16, especially if it was mishandled, but an F-16 is advanced enough that it would be a very uneven playing field. That is what I've heard. I don't know if that's fully true, but that is what I have heard. That it would be very powerful with regard to like air superiority over Ukraine. It's like 9/10 of the way to being able to no clip through Russian air defense. Yeah, we're trying to break the game here, you know. F-16s are really old. Well, the platform F-16 is, right? But the F-16s that Ukraine is getting aren't the oldest ones. It's a platform that's been developed and built on. Yeah, the F-16s that Ukraine is getting aren't like the original ones, you know? Yeah, even America's old stuff is pretty damn good, you know? F-22s and F-35s are much more advanced. Well, yeah, of course, but we don't need to give Ukraine F-35s. Don't you think that's a little bit overkill? Like, past a point, it's like, okay, Zelensky, here's the keys to our fucking orbital laser cannon. Like you know, like, past a point, like, you know. Yeah, some weapons we keep for fighting aliens, you know. We don't need to give all of them away. I mean, yeah, fuck it, why not? Because well, 2 actual reasons. First of all, they'd have to be trained on the F-35, which would be very difficult. Second of all, very expensive. And then third of all, if an F-35 somehow got shot down over Russia, that's actual state secrets they would get access to. If an F-35 got shot down over the Russian heartland, America would deploy fucking SEAL Team 6 to recover the debris before Russia could, because there would be like actual military secrets in the wreckage. So we'll stick with the F-16s. And before the Russians break out the M50s MiGs to combat the F-16s, the main thing that makes the F-16 way the fuck better than the stuff Russia is fielding is its targeting system, right? Like, my understanding is that when dogfights were first a thing, like at the very beginning, air-on-air combat, we had dudes in biplanes firing pistols at each other. And then past a point, we have like the standard World War II dogfights where you have like machine guns on the front of the plane and you're doing like maneuvers. And then we made jets and missiles and stuff. And the F-16 at its current point of development is capable of locking on and firing very deadly missiles at a greater range than anything Russia can meaningfully field it in numbers, right? Like, a fight between an F-16 and anything Russia deployed would be like the F-16 pilot like seeing a dot light up on the screen and going like, oh, 50 miles away, boop, and then just like 5 minutes later, something on the other side of the horizon explodes. It's not even like a fair fight, you know? That's my understanding. At greater range, the eye can see, yeah. Over the horizon combat. Vosh, the F-15 has 105 aerial victories over 0 losses. Imagine just a few of those. Yeah. Did you see the clip of U.S. airmen and airwomen getting ultra excited when being told what planes they fly? Ignore the Chud comment. Or Chud account. Hold on. I haven't seen this, but I bet it's going to be really endearing.
Are you ready to see what you're about to go fly? Let's see it. Let's see it.
Congratulations. You are being given the keys to the weapon we will use against the aliens. When all hope is lost and like all major population centers have been shot from orbit, this is what will like take to the skies and save the world, okay?
You see what you're gonna fly. Let's see it.
He wanted the 22. He wanted the Raptor.
Let's find out. All right, are you ready to find out what you're gonna fly? Send it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
All right.
Let's see it.
The A-10 guy is like, fuck yes, I want to kill allies and enemies. Which I am mentally projecting myself back to an earlier combat doctrine where there are clear convoys of enemies, and my one and only job is to fly over them at 8 miles an hour and reduce everything beneath me to paste. Modern targeting, modern speeds, fuck all of that. I feel like an alien. How do you know what it means? Well, the pilots are expensive and well trained. This is a very big deal to them. Like, this is their life, you know? Remember, if you hear the Bert, it wasn't for you.
It's easier than you might expect.
The classic A-10 Bert. How does everyone just know what each jet is? Because they're all pilots. What do you mean? He means chat. You don't have to know that much about. Basically, all you need to know is there's only like a maybe what a dozen or so planes you really need to. I mean, yeah, it's autism. Okay, it's autism. All right. Sake, thanks for the 5 tier 1 subs. If you ever need a lavalier mic, the DJI Mic 2 with charging case bundle is a very portable 2 transceiver, 1 receiver one. Oh, for streaming on the go? I really do want a mobile streaming setup. The problem is, like, I vacation so rarely that I don't even know if I'd ever use it, you know? I'd feel like I was just bringing it around. If the A-10 fires for like 5 continuous seconds, it stalls completely. It's nuts. Each round it fires weighs 1 pound. The A-10 is so funny, man. Pilots will spend their whole lives in that frame. The U-2 pilots spend on so much time in the jet they have to carry meth with them to avoid issues with sleep. Yeah, meth used to be issued like standard to pilots. Unfortunately, Israel also has the F-35. Sorry, guys. They were the first ones to use it, even. If Ukraine had this shit, if Ukraine had like a few dozen F-35s, then air control wouldn't even be. It would a few dozen F-35s in the hands of Ukraine would be in like it would be like an unassailable advantage. Russia would be new Ukraine, exactly. You know, glorious Eastern Ukraine. Yeah. Would they overcome Russian AA? I'm pretty sure the F-35 could reliably fire from distances great enough that it wouldn't even have to get near anti-air. I also think, can't the F-35, generally speaking, like fly high, low, and fast enough that it can reasonably evade most? Like, because there's like it's like an arms race between anti-air and the jets, and like past a point, the jets get fast enough that the old AA doesn't work, or the elevation or their ability to turn. The F-35 is full stealth, I think. Is it? Is it full stealth? Can it do that? The F-35 is actually wild to think. Yeah, yeah. It's full stealth. Oh, yeah. There you go. Stealthy, supersonic, single-engine, supersonic stealth multi-role fighters. This is just like the big modern, like this is the plane of the modern era of the militarized West. Yeah, the F-22 is more specialized, I think. Radar absorbent fiber mat skin. To preserve its stealth shaping, it has 2 internal weapons bays, each with 2 weapon stations. Sheesh. Yeah, what is the range on these? Operational range 25 plus kilometers. Psychotic. Like past a point, you have fighter jets that can like attack your anti-air emplacements before they even get in the range. This is the short range one. This is like just the air to air. What about the air to ground? Joint air to surface standoff, AGM-158. Operational range 230 miles. That feel when your anti-air can't lock on to the stealth jet 230 miles away and delete it in time. So America has air superiority? Yes. Over everything. Ukraine needs this now. Tactical air-to-surface anti-radiation missile designed to home in on electronic transmissions coming from surface-to-air radar systems. Range? From the AGM-88G, 300 kilometers. Literally an anti-air, air-to-surface missile. An anti-air seeking air-to-surface missile. Yeah. And it's called the Harm. Hey, Vosh, I had a friend that worked on an F-35. They're so smart, sometimes they'd turn themselves on. This one time, my friend got a call from his chief that security forces needed help turning off an F-35 that attempted to leave its hangar. What? All right, I'm not going to unpack that or even question its veracity. I'm just going to assume it's true and move on with my life. The F-35 detected a whiff of Russian somewhere in the distance. They just want to kill. It's their job. Okay, I really have to go. I fucked this up. I fucked this up big time. Balthazar228, thank you for the $20. I really, really appreciate that. Park Güell and Croquetas in Barcelona are fire. Gaudi's Park and mozza sticks, but instead of mozzarella, it's potato. Oh, that sounds delicious. I would love to try that shit. Hell yes. Killer Tofu, thank you for the $20. Fitting for your name. Thank you for covering the horrors of animal agriculture and for the recognition of our moral superiority. You know, we bow. Thank you, thank you. And Terminal Sanity, thank you for the $5. We're gonna have to dig in, dragging Biden across the finish line through like a cringier Weekend at Bernie's reboot. Yeah. Look, I'm not happy about this either, folks, okay? I'm not happy about this either. All right, listen up, folks. I love you guys very much. I've got to go. Like, I really have to go. I should have gone a while ago. I didn't mean to go for a full stream today, but I went half an hour over. That's how it is. I'm going to send you guys over to Dylan Burns' stream. It's been a little while, and I think, considering how much we've talked about modern military might and Russia and blah, blah, I think that would be a good place to send you. So I love you guys very much. I will not see you for at a minimum 8 days. If you see me in that time period, it'll be a video on YouTube, or I might record something on my phone if Israel like nukes the Gaza Strip or something, you know? All right, I'm going to send you guys over. Take care. Have a wonderful time, and I'll see you soon, okay? All right.